I will call two related Randall County cases, both on a continuation of a final hearing. First case being cause number 68851C, in the interest of the Dominguez child. Ms. Wildman is with us for the department. Mr. Nowak is with us representing the child. Ms. Grant is with us representing the mother, Jessica Dominguez. I don't see her. Ms. Grant, were you expecting her?
I was, Your Honor.
You were or were not?
I am.
Okay, she's not in our waiting room. I'll watch for her.
Thank you.
Mr. Barfield is with us representing Mr. Hathaway. They're currently in a breakout room talking. I will also call cause number 85097C, continuation of a final hearing involving the Carver and Vallis children. Again, Ms. Wildman for the department, Mr. Nowak for the children. Mr. Michelson represents the father to Koa and James. Anthony Vallis, he's incarcerated, but he is with us. Mr. Michelson's with us. Ms. Kincaid represents an alleged father to Stephen Carver Jr., Torrey Torres. He is not with us. Ms. Kincaid is. Ms. Kincaid, were you expecting your client?
Your Honor, I've never had contact with him. If you'll watch the waiting room, but I've never been able to get in touch.
Okay, I didn't think you would. So, Ms. Lucero is with us in that case, also representing any unknown fathers. And again, Ms. Grant's with us for Ms. Dominguez. Ms. Grant's with us. Ms. Dominguez is not. All right, as soon as we get Mr. Barfield and his client back, we can get started.
Thank you, Judge.
We just got an email from Jessica Dominguez that she is at her new job this morning and cannot log in.
Well,
I've replied to her that we are starting the hearing and that she needs to perhaps discuss that with her supervisor quickly.
okay, yeah.
Ms. Hinders, what is your, how are you currently employed?
I am a licensed professional counselor in private practice, and I have a contract with CPS in St. Francis.
How long have you been a licensed professional counselor?
For over 30 years.
What kind of general training does one have to do to start that career?
Well, I have a master's degree in professional counseling. I did an internship, have been under supervision, and then continuing education credits over the years.
And at this point, I think you said you'd been doing this for about 30 years, correct?
Yes, longer, but yes.
Had you yourself supervised people at this point?
Yes.
And so what does a licensed professional counselor do? What kind of services do you provide?
I provide individual family therapy for children, adolescents, and adults.
And you said you had a contract with DFPS or St. Francis, essentially the CPS system. About how long have you been working with those cases?
For a good 20 years, maybe a little bit longer.
And so in those cases, again, do you see the children and parents that are going through those cases?
Yes.
And did you see a parent in this particular case by the name of Jessica Dominguez?
Yes.
Now, when, I guess, did Jessica or Miss Dominguez start seeing you?
Her first session of individual therapy with me occurred on May the 7th of 2025.
All right. And was she consistent in attending at that time?
She attended on May the 7th. She had a late cancellation, meaning I think in this case within the hour, on May the 27th. She attended on June the 10th, so that would have been her second session. And then she had two subsequent no-shows and was discharged from services and then started back up in September.
All right. And so going sort of back to that May-June period in 2025, were you able to make much progress with Ms. Dominguez at that time?
Back to my notes. I have indicated in my summary for May the 7th that at the first session, I gathered background information. She acknowledged domestic violence and drug use resulting in the removal of her children. She said that she was not having visitation because of failed drug tests and that a final hearing was scheduled soon, and was aware that primary goal was adoption. She had been in North Carolina for a while and had recently returned, had a job, said she was living in a 3-bedroom house, working as a dental assistant, and seemed overall, the impression was she had a history of multiple complex traumas. Didn't really have unable to identify a support system. My notes, though, were that she was very difficult. I mean, her goal for therapy was to be able to deal with stressful situations without using drugs. My note about her mental status was that she was extremely anxious and preoccupied. She received and responded multiple texts throughout the interview, bouncing up and down, unable to sit still, and that both of her lips were notably swollen with multiple sores all over them. And so she seemed to be in crisis at the time.
And so that was the first visit, May 27th, correct?
Right, correct.
Was there any sort of improvement when she came in June?
When I saw her in June, she was over 20 minutes late for her appointment. She was extremely anxious, preoccupied, receiving and responding to multiple texts, and then asked to leave early to get back to work. So that, again, difficult to engage in productive interaction just due to her mental status. She would answer direct questions very briefly, but just could not get her to engage in any kind of meaningful way.
And I guess without engagement, is it possible to start meeting those therapeutic goals?
No.
So you said she came back in September, correct?
Yes, she had sent me an email accepting responsibility for her missed appointments and asking that I reconsider taking her back, and I did. And so she began again on September the 18th.
And how many, I guess, appointments was she able to make this time?
She attended 3 sessions pretty regularly within a week to 2 weeks of one another, and then missed 2 more sessions in which she was a no call, no show, and I never heard from her after that.
These 3 sessions that she completed in September, did you make any more progress as far as addressing any of the issues that she'd brought up in that initial intake back in May?
Well, she was much less agitated. She was able to tolerate the entire session. She didn't have a cell phone. She didn't have a cell phone, period. So that was not a constant source of distraction. So she was able to at least tolerate sitting physically in a chair for 50 to 55 minutes. She again, the interactions lacked any kind of depth. There was nothing spontaneous, just brief responses to direct questions. She did present herself as if she were doing better. She acknowledged that she had been involved in an unhealthy relationship with no other support system in place that was difficult to let go of. She had started a new job. Finances were tight. Tearful, talking about the prospect of losing her children, but she had also rented a 3-bedroom house and was going to yard sales to try to find things to put into the house. She did say, we talked about the importance of building a sober support system and having sober leisure activities when she was not working, and she did say that she was attending 12-step groups.
Did she say who she was in the unhealthy relationship with?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now,
it was my impression it was a romantic relationship and one that she had been involved with before that was problematic.
Okay.
But I don't have a name associated with it in my notes.
And so, despite the progress that she seemed to be showing at that point, she then stopped attending sessions, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what that last one that she no call, no showed was? What date that might have been?
Um, so she attended September the 18th, September the 26th, October the 3rd. So almost weekly or every week and a half. She no showed on November the 14th. I recall her reaching out by email, apologizing and asking if she could reschedule. I said yes. She then was scheduled for December the 5th. She did not keep that appointment, and she had just scheduled that appointment 2 days. I mean, that appointment was scheduled just 2 days after a couple days after she had requested, and she did not keep that appointment. So she was discharged, and I didn't hear from her after that.
Okay. And you say you hadn't heard from her after that, so you haven't heard from her since, I guess, right at the end of November or right at the beginning of December when she scheduled that appointment, correct?
I have not seen her since October, early October, but I have not heard from her since early December when she asked to reschedule an appointment she had missed.
At that point, I guess, with how little you were able to meet with her, was she able to successfully address any of those goals that y'all had set out?
No, I had always wondered whether or not she was in need of a higher level of care, inpatient treatment, particularly with the first time I saw her. With the second time I saw her, she seemed a little bit put together, but still fragile, as if anything difficult might break her again. And so she was sort of kind of putting things together. It seemed like certainly she was calmer, could sit through a session. So something was different, improved from when I'd seen her before, but still very fragile psychologically was my impression. Mm-hmm.
And had she attended more of those sessions, is that something you could have also talked with her about and followed up on as far as referring her for additional sessions or additional
Yes. Mm-hmm.
services?
Yes.
But did you get that opportunity in this case?
No. I mean, when I asked her how she would like to use the time, she had a goal, but there was a clear sense that her primary goal was compliance, was getting the 6 sessions done before the court hearing. Yes.
And from my understanding, from what you've testified to now, she only completed 5 sessions.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that those 5 sessions were not very, I guess, in-depth or productive?
Correct.
Um, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Grant?
Ms. Henders, are you aware that generally 6 sessions is the minimum requirement
Yes.
and that more can be done if recommended by you, correct?
Correct.
And you made a statement that you were concerned that the level of treatment was appropriate. Do you recall that statement?
I felt like in May that she was. I had concerns that she was actively using drugs, or her mental health had deteriorated to the extent that she required inpatient treatment or psychiatric hospitalization.
And who, if anyone, did you report those concerns to?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know if I reported that to Tim or not. I'd have to go back through my emails.
Okay.
I don't know.
Would
I
it,
don't know if.
that's okay. Would it be your normal procedure to report that, even though you haven't checked through your emails for this hearing today?
It typically would be if I had conversation with the caseworker. Yes.
Okay. And if you had that conversation, how would that, what would your recommendation have been for Miss Dominguez?
It would have been after with a combination of her agitation and presentation when I saw her, and then her no-shows after the first block of time that I saw her in May and in June, would be that I think she probably is in need of a higher level of care, that I don't think that she can manage this on an outpatient basis.
Would an OSAR have been a good response to that to assess the need for inpatient or outpatient?
Sure, I guess I would have assumed that had been done. I don't have note of that in my notes, but
And is it typical in your care for these clients that an OSAR can be repeated even if it's been done before if we have concerns?
I'm not sure what the policy is on that, but it makes sense if the case is extended, if the case is gone on longer than a year, makes sense that might be something that would need to be reevaluated.
Okay, and do you recall in this case if you reviewed an OSAR assessment for this client?
No, I did not.
And would that have been helpful for you to form an opinion?
I, no, I mean, I think I had my professional opinion. The OSAR would have just quantified it on paper. So I don't know that I needed a piece of paper to tell me that she was struggling with addiction.
Okay, and the OSAR assessments that we do, if you have them, can be helpful?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Um, after the last no-show, did you reach out to Mr. Coville to let him know that there was still sessions missing?
From the first attempt to see her or the second one? Because I think
The
we had conversation on both occasions.
Okay,
Yes.
specifically, I'm sorry, let me time my question. I'm
Okay.
specifically referring to September or after.
Yes, yes. He was aware that she didn't, because he was sending me emails checking up as to whether she had kept her appointment.
Thank you. And do you recall if you ever heard from Jessica again after the last no call, no show and your report to Mr. Coville?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay. And do you think any progress was made with any of the sessions?
I, I don't, not really. I mean, she seemed to be in somewhat of a better place as far as her presentation and her mental status. I don't know that anything useful was gained or garnered from the additional 3 sessions she had,
And do you believe
other than
that
support and instilling hope. I mean, that's basically what it was me instilling hope and encouragement and providing support and sort of organizing priorities, helping her organize priorities.
was Jessica a client that you feel would have required more than 6 sessions to get to the root of the problems and make significant progress?
Yes.
And is that due to the trauma and the drug issues that were presented?
Well, I didn't do a psychosocial history on her, so um, but 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 yes, due to her presentation and the few things that she shared with me, um, and her struggles, yes.
And psychosocial assessments are normally ordered in these cases for your use, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you perform those assessments or do you have those performed out of office?
I do them. One was not requested, and then this particular situation, I think that it may have been because she had a psychological evaluation, and sometimes it's been my experience with St. Francis, if a psychological evaluation is done, then the psychosocial might be repetitive, and so it's not requested.
Thank you. And did you have access to the psychological assessment in her case?
No.
Is that something you would normally review in your course of treatment for a client?
If it's available, sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not.
Do you have any knowledge in this case as to whether or not it was available?
No.
And is that something you ever discussed with Mr. Coville?
It seems like I may have had conversation about whether or not she was in need of a psychosocial assessment because I didn't see one on the service authorization. But I don't recall whether or not there was a psychological evaluation.
Do you recall
Just,
if you,
just that a psychosocial wasn't needed.
and so you don't specifically recall when that conversation occurred?
Well, it would have been around the time that I saw Jessica for the first time, because I would have reviewed the service authorization and what it was that they were requesting from me.
Do you recall Mr. Koval's response, if any?
It seems like there was an email exchange in which he said a psychosocial assessment was not necessary. It may be my assumption that it was because she had a psychological evaluation, but I don't know that for certain.
Thank you. And do you ever contact caseworkers and make that recommendation if you don't have those items in the file?
Sometimes.
In
I
this
have.
particular case, did you recommend that a psychological or psychosocial be performed?
No.
Okay, pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lucero.
Thank you. Ms. Henders, I understand that the counseling was just focused on helping Jessica, but during that time, did she ever mention the father of her children, specifically Stephen Carver, her child, her son?
I'm going to go back to my notes, because it does seem like in the first session when I gathered history that there was some mention. Let's see if I. In my notes, I have written that she has a total of 4 children, an 11-year-old daughter who lives with maternal grandmother, a 6-year-old son who lives with, she identified fictive kin, so I have that in quotes, in Pampa, and 3 and 5-year-old boys who are in a foster home in Lubbock. It seems like I recall some mention of one of the fathers of her children, but I don't remember any useful detail about that.
Okay. So no names mentioned according to your notes or that you can recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kincaid.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Michelson.
Thank you. Ms. Henders, did you ever have any contact with the father, Anthony Vallis?
No.
Okay, thank you. And he was never under your care, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified that you believed she had experienced domestic violence during the course of her relationships. Did she ever identify a source?
It was my impression that domestic violence occurred within the context of a romantic relationship or relationships. I don't know specifically who those people were. I don't have names to associate with those people.
Okay. And did she ever mention Anthony Vallis?
Not to my awareness, not by
Okay.
name, no. She may have talked about a relationship scenario involving somebody, and it may have been him. I don't know, but not by that name. No.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Barfield.
Ma'am, you did not treat Vic Hathaway, did you?
No.
Do you know who Vic Hathaway is?
No.
All right, no further questions.
All right, Mr. Nowak.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anyone have follow-ups for Ms. Sanders?
Yes, sir, just one.
Okay.
Two, I guess. Miss Henders, when Jessica came back in September, did she mention to you at all an involuntary commitment from earlier that summer?
No.
Did she mention at all that she had been court ordered to undergo a second OSAR evaluation and a TPC evaluation?
No.
If she wasn't upfront with you about what was going on with her mental health, could you make appropriate recommendations to her or to any other service providers?
Correct. That would be difficult. Right.
And as far, I guess, as the therapeutic goals, what were you still working on or needing to work on with her in subsequent sessions?
Uh, generally, the goals, the general goals are encouraging verbalization of thoughts, feelings, supporting a plan of recovery, developing healthy, functional emotional regulation skills, addressing relationship dysfunction, assessing, improving parental capacity. The second go around with her, I hoped she could just sit still for an entire session. So it really was kind of a revision of going just back to basics, just basic. Is she meeting her basic needs? Is she working? Does she have an income? And then does she have a support system? Rather than addressing anything like trauma or anything. Plus she was pretty emotionally fragile. She was quite aware that her prospects were not good about getting her children back. And so when I did see emotionality out of her, it was over her talking about that she probably was going to lose her children. She didn't know that she could turn it around the way she needed to in the length of time she had.
Okay. And so is that something I guess, what, getting those resources to even start turning things around, is that what she would have still needed to be working on in future sessions?
Yeah.
I had one other thing. Did you say that she had said her younger two boys were 3 and 5 years old?
Let me go back. That sounds right.
Okay. Do you know for sure if that's what she had told you?
Well, it's kind of funny on the intake form, it says 3 and 1. It makes me wonder if my handwriting, when I transcribed from my handwriting scribble to typing, if I might have. Okay, so that was she identified the two boys that were in a foster home in Lubbock, according to my handwritten notes, as 3 and 1. So that was a typo in the written notes on my behalf.
That was my last question. I'll pass witness, Judge.
All right, anyone else have follow-ups? All right, then, can Ms. Hinders be
Judge,
excused?
could I ask a single follow-up?
Yes.
Delois, did you have access to Ms. Dominguez's service plan?
No.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Anyone else? All right, may she be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Hinders, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've got to return a quick phone call. I will be back here momentarily. Ms. Wildman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And Ms. Torres, how are you currently employed?
Yes.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Pantex.
And what do you do for them, just generally?
Security officer.
Were you previously employed by the Amarillo Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember about the time you left the police department?
I left in October.
Okay, of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long were you with Amarillo Police Department before that?
5 years.
So is it fair to say that would have had you working for the department on July 6th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall having contact that morning with an individual by Jessica Dominguez?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the date? I'm sorry, Ms. Wildman, the date?
July 6th of 2022, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And what, I guess, was the nature of that contact?
It was, she had came in with her boss to make a report for assault.
And when you say she came in, where did she come into?
Into the front desk of the police department.
All right. And when you saw Miss Dominguez, did you notice any kind of injuries or anything like that?
Yes, she had some bruising around her face.
And what did she tell you about what had happened?
Sorry, I'm gonna look at my notes real quick. Believe she came in to state that her ex-boyfriend had
And if you need a minute to refresh your
Sorry.
recollection, we can do that. Do you have the incident report, or did you need that again?
I have the incident report. I just didn't have a printout, so I'm trying to read it on my phone. So it's a little small.
Well, let me ask you, who did she identify as her boyfriend?
Mr. Baez.
And did she tell you anything about, I guess, how long they had been together?
Approximately 2 years.
And did she mention having any children together?
Yes, they have, I believe, one child together.
Okay. And was that James Valles?
Yes.
Now, did she mention anything at that point about being pregnant? Or if she believes she might be? And if not, that's fine.
I'm not sure. On my report, it doesn't say, but I know we fill out a different form, and she might have told me yes on that.
Gotcha. Now, in talking about what had happened that led her in there that day, did she tell you when this assault had occurred?
She told me that on July 4th is when the incident had occurred.
All right. And so, did she give you any more details about how it had occurred?
She said that Mr. Valles broke in through the front door and through, not sure if it was if he got through the front door or the window, but got inside and began striking her with closed fist. She did not recall how many times he struck her, but believed that he only struck her in the face.
Did she say anything else had happened besides the being struck in the face?
She said at some point he got behind her and began choking her with both his hands around her throat, making it hard for her to breathe.
And did she give you any idea about what maybe had stopped the incident?
She said she did not remember how she got away from him, but was able to run outside to the front yard, where he then chased her and tackled her on the ground and began to choke her again.
Was there anything else that had occurred during that incident that she mentioned?
So she started to scream, and then that he lit a cigarette, that he had a lit cigarette that he was smoking during the incident, and then used it to burn her left index finger.
Now, were there any other incidents that she disclosed to you at that time of domestic violence between the two of them?
Yes, she said it had been an ongoing issue since the beginning of the relationship, but that she had not reported any of them out of fear.
Did you, during your investigation, note any other, I guess, injuries or anything like that that would help corroborate that information?
Other than what her boss said that she had.
At any point, did you get a photo?
Yes, I did take pictures after her statement.
When I guess, did you get a photo of a previous incident and then compare that to Miss Dominguez at any point?
There was a picture shown to me. In the picture, she had her lip was cut, bleeding, and missing a tooth.
And then were you able to look at Ms. Dominguez and see something that would have been consistent with that?
Yes. When she showed me her lip, she had a visible scar on the right side of her upper lip, matching the picture.
And it is your understanding that that was a previous incident involving Mr. Baez, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I will pass the witness, Judge.
Right, thank you. Ms. Torres, did she indicate whether or not during the time of this assault or any of the assaults, if any children were present?
She stated that the one she went in to report that they were not present. Not sure on the other incidents.
Okay, that's a good enough answer if you're not
Sorry.
sure. Unless it's in your notes, if you can find it, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I understand. It's been a long time.
It's hard from home. Yeah, I'm not sure if any of the kids were present during the other incidents.
Okay, that's good enough if you don't know. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Grant, questions?
Ma'am, what procedure, if any, did you follow once your report was complete?
Once my report was complete, we fill out what we call a DAIL packet, just kind of documenting some of the injuries in a little bit more detail, and then kind of assess I'm not sure how the form works. We just fill it out, but
is that?
system kind of to see if they need further assistance.
In this case, did you determine further assistance or action was necessary?
Yes, based off of the score she had gotten.
And what services were continued because of the score on the evaluation form?
I contacted Family Support Services and gave them the information so they could be in contact with her.
And what was your position at the time you took the report?
Patrol officer.
And what is your position as we sit here today?
Police officer for Pantex.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's okay, Amy. And Your Honor, I do need to make a disclosure in this case for the record to ensure that there's no conflict of interest. Amy Torres works for security at Pantex, and my fiance is a shift commander in security at Pantex named John Perkins. And Ms. Torres and I have had no discussions or contact regarding this case.
Okay, so noted.
And Ms. Torres, have you and I ever met?
No, ma'am.
And have you and I ever spoken regarding this case or any other subject?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Mr. Perkins?
I am familiar. I don't know him personally. No.
Okay, and you've never had any conversation with him regarding me or this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that's kind of a housekeeping thing, but let me get on with my questioning. Did you ever have any further contact with Ms. Dominguez after your intake of the report?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make any arrests in association with this case after any warrants were issued?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have any contact with the alleged perpetrator of the assault in this case?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever refer Ms. Dominguez to the victim services group at the police department or provide her their contact information, if you recall?
I believe I provided her the pamphlet that we give them that lists all the services that they are provided.
And that's a whole department within the police department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that department makes their own individual decisions regarding services or items available for victims of domestic violence or violent crime, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, you don't make those decisions.
No, I
would
don't.
be-
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
make those decisions.
All right. Thank you, officer, for your time today, and I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Lucero,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Kincaid,
Briefly, Your Honor, did she ever make a report regarding anyone named Mr. Torrey Torres?
Um, not with me. I don't believe so.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
all right, Mr. Michelson.
Thank you. Officer, you were dispatched to that call in 2023?
She came in. I wasn't dispatched.
Okay, but the year was 2023,
2022.
2022. And 3 years have elapsed since that report, correct?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you've had hundreds of calls, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Other than your report, do you have any independent recollection of that case?
No, sir.
Okay. And you wrote the report after the incident?
Yes.
And the facts that you observed were facts that she reported, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you arrived, you didn't witness any assault, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see the alleged person strike the mother, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see the father threaten the mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Barfield.
Ma'am, did she mention a James Hathaway at all involving domestic abuse?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions. And Judge, I have an unstable internet, so hopefully we'll stay on here.
Okay. Mr. Nowak.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, anyone have follow-ups?
There.
All right, may Ms. Torres be excused?
Yes.
No objection.
Ms. Torres, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wildman, next witness.
Judge, the department would call Vanden Bernal if he's still on there.
Uh-huh. Is this an officer?
Yes, sir.
Officer Bernal, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wildman, you can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And Officer Bernal, it's been a while since I've seen you. Where are you currently working now?
I'm working for the Allen Police Department.
All right, and is that Allen, Texas?
Yes, Allen, Texas.
All right, and how long have you been there?
I've been here for about close to 3 years now.
And what do you do for them down there?
I'm a school resource officer.
All right, and so previously, did you work for the Amarillo Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do for the Amarillo Police Department?
I was both midnight patrol officer and domestic violence detective.
And when you were doing the domestic violence cases, do you recall about what time frame you were doing that?
That would have been about 2022 to 2023.
All right, and do you recall a case involving a Jessica Dominguez and an Anthony Valles?
Yes, I do.
All right, and were you the detective on that case at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you at any point speak with Jessica?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Jessica, I mean, what did she tell you about that incident?
Let me interrupt. Ms. Wildman, can you put a date on this?
I apologize, Judge. And so let's narrow it down. So was there an incident that had occurred in July of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were the detective on that case, correct?
Correct.
And is your understanding that the case had originated from Ms. Dominguez coming into the police department to report that assault?
That's correct.
And so, as the detective, I guess let's take a step back. What is your job after that report's been made?
So, well, yeah, once the report was made, it came to my desk, and I was basically see what evidence there was and compile the case together and see how much facts I can actually compile for the case.
Okay. And so, in the process of that, did you talk to Ms. Dominguez about this incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk to her about other incidents?
Yes.
And so, in regards to the incident that she would initially reported from July, just kind of briefly, what did she tell you had happened?
What she told me she had an argument. I believe it started with Anthony Vaez. In this argument in their household, it initially turned physical, with like punching her in the face. At some point during this fight, she had escaped the house and got to the front yard where she was tackled. And from that point, Mr. Vaez put his hands around her throat and began to strangle her while she couldn't breathe. I do remember she said that it was Anthony Vaez that actually released the choke, and she did not remember why or he did it. But while she was being strangled, she did believe that she was going to possibly die.
And then, did you talk to her about an incident that had occurred earlier that year, or in May?
Yes.
And
So yeah, during the conversation, I'm sorry.
And I was gonna say, what did she tell you about that incident?
Okay, so she told me that I believe about May 26th, the end of May, she had gone to a VSA emergency room where I want to say it was for a severe laceration to her upper lip, which when I did speak to her, she had scarring of that same laceration to her lip. But she had gone to the VSA because Anthony had, I believe, punched her. I don't exactly remember the method of strike on that one, but in the face that caused a laceration. And when she went to BSA, she told them that I want to say she slipped and fell and hit herself in the shower. So at that time, a report was not made because BSA, well, they believed her on her word that it was an accidental injury.
Okay. And so when you spoke to her about sort of what her plans were going forward, what did she tell you?
She was hesitant to make the report in the first place with me and did not want to obviously it doesn't matter as far as me pressing charges, but she wanted to relay that she did not want to press charges and that she intended on moving to North Carolina to create this separation, and that she believed that separation would suffice for her safety and protection.
Okay. Now, you said it kind of, you said essentially it doesn't necessarily matter that she didn't want to go forward.
Oh, it wasn't going to stop me. I'm sorry.
And that's what I was getting to. What sort of charging decision, if any, did you make?
So because of the assault, because of the impeding breath that she told me her airways were blocked, she thought she was going to basically pass away and die. Also, with two different accounts of her being, two different time frames of her being struck by Anthony, I went with assault, impeding breath, and continuous family violence.
And do you know what ended up happening with those cases?
I do not know what happened with those.
All right. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Grant.
Sir, once you executed the charging instrument, do you know the results of that?
No, this right here is the most follow-up I've ever had since that case.
And what documents did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
I had a copy of the written report for the incident, and that is what I had. That's all I got.
And did you already have that, or was it provided to you to refresh your memory for today's testimony?
It was provided to me to refresh my memory.
Okay, and do you recall if Ms. Dominguez was referred by you to any victim services or other community outreach programs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Do you recall if you referred Ms. Dominguez to any community help or outreach programs as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did get her in contact with our domestic violence coordinator or crime victims advocate. I'm sorry. But
Okay, and that's your internal program within the police department, am I correct?
yes,
Okay, and do you know if she utilized those services?
I do not know off the top of my head.
And are you aware if a warrant or arrest was effected in this case?
I do not know.
You personally did not execute a warrant or arrest the alleged perpetrator, correct?
That's correct.
Was this case still active, if you recall, when you left service to the Amarillo Police Department for a new job?
I believe so.
And
I'm
if,
not 100% sure on that. I'm sorry, but I believe so.
but if that were the case, would it be normal protocol and procedure that the open case was assigned to someone to continue follow-up and complete the case?
It would have stayed maintained with me. The DA would have they would have updated me for me to update my current case file that arrests were made in relation to the charge action.
Did you ever receive any such updates?
I do not believe so.
So do you consider this a closed or open case?
Most of mine just kind of stayed open until I was told if I was told that charges would not be presented, then it would be closed. Otherwise, they just maintained open.
Okay. Is there any possibility that the case could have carried forward and you didn't get the update as you would have expected?
It's possible.
Okay. And so you are not the best source of current status of the case necessarily. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Lucero,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Kincaid.
Were
I'm
there
sorry?
any other,
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Were there any other names that she listed as potential perpetrators in this case?
It was just one suspect.
Thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right, Mr. Michelson.
Thank you. Mr. Bernal, you just solely interviewed the mother, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever confirm her remarks with the potential perpetrator?
I did not.
Okay. And were you aware that she had a mental health history?
I was not.
Okay. And she indicated from her BSA report that it was a slip and fall injury, correct?
That's correct.
And the hospital believed her at her word, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made the report to you, you believed her at her word, correct?
That is correct.
Did you make any independent confirmations of the information she provided?
She had some screenshots and these pictures, but that was the only other person I spoke to was her supervisor at I believe the dental assistant place, because she's the one who kind of, I don't want to say, I guess I will say, yeah, forced her hand to make the report and drove her up to the police station to make the initial report, but that was the only other person I talked to.
Did the photographs have timestamps?
Well, I don't have any I can see. I believe so, but I can't confidently say that at this moment.
When you reviewed, I guess what I'm saying is when you reviewed the photographs, did you have an accurate representation of the period of time they occurred?
Yes, I do remember, like on the May 26th, there was, I believe, a timestamp or a date and time attached to it that I was able to verify, like the May 26th, like was on that particular date. So there was some timestamps, yes.
Okay. And as you indicated previously, it wasn't up to the mom who charged the potential perpetrator. It was your decision, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any medical evidence to support that she was strangled?
It was a report that she couldn't breathe. I do not believe so.
Okay. So all the evidence was her statements, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't arrest Mr. Valles, right?
I personally did not know. I
And you
don't know if
indicate-
we did or.
Okay. And you indicated that the report would have stayed with you whether you transferred to a different position or not, correct?
It would have stayed with me up until the point I left Amarillo PD, or if I resigned from my position. But I did finish my tenure at Amarillo PD as a domestic violence detective.
Okay. And if the case was denied or a grand jury denied it, it's possible you wouldn't have gotten that information, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Barfield.
Sir, was James Hathaway mentioned in any way, or did you do any investigation regarding domestic abuse pertaining to James Hathaway?
That name does not spur any memory for me at all. Okay.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Nowak.
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any follow-ups for Officer Bernal?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, then, Officer Bernal, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your service. I'll release you so you can go about your day's business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wadman, next witness.
Do we have an Officer Plexico in the waiting room yet, Judge?
No, I've got Jennifer Tello and a Micah C.
Let me see if we can get Miss Tello available. She's and we'll wait on Officer Plexico for a second.
Okay. Do you want Jennifer Tello in or do you not?
I think she just logged on, Judge. I think we need to give her a couple minutes to
Okay.
step away from what she's doing. So give me 1 second.
All right.
And are those the only two we have in there, or do we have any of our DFPS
Yes, ma'am.
people in there? Okay.
That's the only two.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Tello, what do you currently do for work?
I am currently a parole officer with the Amarillo District Parole Office.
And I'm not going to get into anything just yet, but are you supervising, or were you supervising an individual by the name of James Victor Hathaway?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding from what you've been advised that you need the court to make some sort of order to allow you to discuss Mr. Hathaway's parole?
Yes, anything involving substance abuse treatment or any of that stuff, I would need a court to order me to release that information because it is confidential under federal statute.
And are you asking the judge to do that today?
Yes.
All right. I will order that you release that information, ma'am. If you need me to sign an order, you can get one to me and I'll be happy to sign it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And so, Ms. Torello, how long have you been working at the parole office?
It's Miss Tello.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
keep putting an R in front of it. I apologize. So it's spelled Tello for the court reporter, correct?
Yes. Yes.
I apologize.
So I have been a parole officer for approximately 7 years.
All right. And when did you first start working with Mr. Hathaway?
So I have supervised him since July 1st, 2025. I received him out of ISF. So after he completed his ISF, the board also imposed a T condition for the electronic monitor, and I am an electronic monitoring officer.
Okay. And so what does that, what does that condition entail?
The T condition for the electronic monitoring just is that he's to be supervised on an electronic monitor. He has a schedule to follow. He has a time where he's allowed to be out, a time that he has to be in. Obviously, he still has to maintain the rules and conditions of the basic parole, no drugs, no alcohol. He is supposed to maintain employment, all the things he's supposed to do on parole, plus being electronically monitored so that we can see his comings and goings.
Now, you said he came to you from ISF. What does that mean?
ISF is an intermediate sanction facility. He had a previous warrant issued. With that previous warrant, the Board of Pardons and Paroles voted for him to go to ISF, which is they spend time in a unit, they complete a cognitive skills type program. Their time on parole still continues, so they don't lose any time while being in the unit. But once he finished that program, like I said, the board imposed the T condition for the electronic monitor, which is where he came to me after he got released from ISF and finished that program.
And so, what, as far as your supervision, was he compliant with the terms of his parole?
So during the time that I've had him, he has not been compliant completely with his parole. He has not provided verified employment for me. There were some visits that he missed due to not having transportation. We would reschedule those and he would make those after that. He has tested positive I actually did end up having to request a warrant due to multiple violations, and we did have a warrant issue. The Warrants Division was able to issue a warrant on 2/2026, and he's currently in Gray County Jail custody.
All right. And so you, as far as the parole office, I guess, is concerned at this point, has he been formally revoked from his parole yet?
No, he has not.
What sort of process follows this?
So right now he's in what we call the pre-rev process. He's in the process where he has a couple of choices to make, whether he chooses to have a hearing, chooses to waive his hearing. Ultimately, the Board of Pardons and Paroles makes the final decision as to what they want to do with his parole. The options that they have on the table for them currently are to continue his supervision while modifying or adjusting his special conditions. They could also keep the special conditions the same and just continue supervision. They could impose ISF again, or they could revoke.
And then I had forgotten to ask you this at the beginning. What sort of offense is he on parole for?
He's currently on parole for possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1/1-B, 4 to 200 grams, which he received 4 years out of Gray County for.
And Your Honor, at this time, the department would move to admit Exhibit 6. It will be a little bit, Petitioner's Exhibit 6, it will be a little bit out of order, but that it would be, give me 1 minute, because I accidentally closed my file, apparently. That is a certified copy of the that's a certified copy of cause number 12000 out of Gray County for Mr. Hathaway. It is a copy of the indictment and the judgment for the possession of a controlled substance, PG1 offense that was just testified to.
All right.
No objection.
Anybody else?
No objection.
Are we offering those as one exhibit or two separate exhibits? I
It's
don't have
one-
any objections. I'm just for,
It's all one exhibit, the indictment and the judgment.
since they're certified, I have no objection.
When did you send these out? All I'm looking at is 13A through 15A.
I'd sent them out at the beginning, Judge, and then I had re-forwarded them to Brittany and Miss Taylor last night. And
Okay, you didn't forward them to me though, did you?
No, but I can do that real quick, Judge.
Yeah, I need, if I'm gonna have to hear the case, I kind of need to see the exhibits.
Let's see.
I
And
will
if
go
you-
ahead and admit
I think
petitioner
that's
6
probably
while
going to
you're
be
doing.
easier than you're looking.
Excuse me. I said I will go ahead and admit petitioner 6 while you're sending the rest of them to me.
All right. Now, at this point, do you know what is going to happen with your parole warrant or with this potential revocation process?
No, I'm not the Board of Pardons and Paroles, so I cannot say what they're going to actually end up doing.
All right. And do you continue supervising while somebody with that warrant is in custody, or is your part done?
No, so at this time we have in our office a pre-rev officer. That pre-rev officer, pre-revocation officer, they handle all of our cases when somebody moves to custody. So his case has been moved to a new officer for the duration that he's going to be in custody.
Okay. And you'd said you'd done the warrant for positive drug screens. Were there any other reasons? Oh,
his current warrant does have allegations of positive urinalysis.
okay.
Throughout his time on parole, he was released on parole on 2/29/2024, and from the time that he's been released up until now, we have had 6 positive UAs.
And then are there any other allegations in your warrant?
Yes, my warrant also includes 8T violations, which are the electronic monitoring violations. He Part of the rules and conditions are that they are not to be outside of their house after curfew hours. That includes anything beyond the front or back door of the residence. He was outside. His sponsor confirmed that he was going outside with us, and we do have the alerts that match those times that he was going out beyond the range of his beacon. And so those are the other allegations on there.
And were those recent, or like the other reasons, were those throughout his time on
So
probation or on parole?
the positive UAs that we have on the warrant request was from,
And I was specifically stating for the violations of the electronic monitoring. Were those recent, or were those for the entirety of his parole?
those were recent.
Hey, y'all gonna have to slow down. You're starting to talk over each other, and Miss Taylor can't make a record that way.
I apologize, Judge. How recent?
They are from February 2nd and February 1st
Of 2026?
Of 2026, as well as January 31st of 2026.
Okay. Now, from your understanding, has Mr. Hathaway, I guess, recently moved?
Yes, he recently moved to a new address. And if you'll give me just a moment, he moved on. Sorry, my computer's a little slow. January 21st, 2026.
All right. And when you talk about the beacons, have you had any issues with his monitoring at that residence?
No, at this residence, we haven't had any issues. I've been in the residence myself. It's not a very large residence. Our beacon range is set at 150 feet, which would cover the entirety of the residence, the inside of the residence as it needed to. I know where the beacon was placed in regards to the front door as well. So whenever we get the beacon unauthorized leave alerts, which is what we have allegations of on our warrant request, it is because he's left that range of the beacon.
All right.
That his bracelet is no longer within range of that 150 feet.
Had you had previous issues with I guess leave violations or reports in the past?
So previously at his prior residence, we were having a few issues. They were not 100% verifiable at that time because of the residence location. There was poor signal. Since he moved to the new residence, I hadn't had any issues with that up until our allegations on the 20, sorry, let me pull that warrant back up. Our allegations for the last several days in February 2nd, and then that one in January.
And so for those past incidents, I mean,
for the previous incidences, we looked the best that we could at what we could see. If we thought that they were allegations we could prove, we could write up a violation report. Most of them were the GPS on it was poor signal or something like that, and it had a lot to do with the area of town that he was in and stuff. Also the size of the residence and where he has beacon located at that point. So we weren't able to prove those 100%, but with the move to where he's at, it's a much smaller residence. I know where the beacon was placed at. And like I said, I've been in the residence. I've seen the layout of the residence. There was no reason he should be going beyond that 150 feet within the residence like he was supposed to be.
Okay. And so is it fair to say you gave him that leeway based off of the circumstances in the previous residence and did not put those in his? Okay.
Yes. So he was talked to about that, about making sure that he stays inside the house when he was at the previous residence, not to be going outside. He's very well aware. They signed rules and conditions at the very beginning when they do the electronic monitor. When they're placed on the electronic monitor, I go over their rules and conditions very thoroughly with them. One of the rules and conditions states that they are not to be outside their residence, and residence is defined as the dwelling they live in and does not include the garage, the porch, or any other areas beyond the front or back doors of the residence.
Miss Tello, let me interrupt you, please. If
Yes.
you would slow down. I know
sorry.
you say that. I know you say this all the time, and you're used to rattling it off. But Amy Taylor, our court reporter, is probably
Yes.
ready to pull her hair out.
Sorry. So they sign rules and conditions. Those rules and conditions, one of them states that after their curfew hours, that they on their lockdown hours, they are to be in the residence. And the residence is defined as the dwelling they live in and does not include any other areas beyond the front or back door of the residence. So they are not allowed out on the porch, the back porch, the yard, the garage, or anywhere. They have to be inside the house.
All right. I will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Tello, you may not know the answer to this, but if Mr. Hathaway's parole is revoked, do you know how long he would do? Do you know how much less left? You don't?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I don't do time calculations.
Okay.
The state would figure that out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Grant.
Ms. Tello, what substance was the drug test positive for in this case for Mr. Hathaway?
Do you want all of them or just the recent ones?
All of them, please, if you know.
Okay.
I'm going to object to hearsay at this point, Judge.
Overrule. Go ahead, Ms. Stone.
Okay. So the positive UAs that we have for the duration of the time that he's been on parole, we had a positive UA on January 7th, 2026. That UA was confirmed positive by the lab, by our Texas lab testing facility.
Again, Judge, I'm going to object as to hearsay. There's been
Overruled.
no document. Okay, thank you.
Go
And
ahead,
ma'am, I can just do with the date of the test and the substance.
Okay. He tested positive on December 15th, 2026. I'm sorry, 2025. And that was for methamphetamines. Sorry, let me get up into the screen real quick.
I can narrow it down to a simple question to move us
Okay.
along. Was meth the main problem with the
Yes.
drug testing in his
Yes.
case?
All of his UAs, and I can give you the dates of those UAs.
I don't need them.
Okay, all of his UAs were positive for amphetamines. One of the UAs on 12/5/2025 was also positive for cocaine in addition to the methamphetamines.
Thank you, ma'am. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Lucero.
Questions, Your Honor?
Ms. Kincaid.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Michelson.
Thank you. Ms. Tello, Anthony Vallis doesn't share parole conditions with Mr. Hathaway, correct?
No, I'm not sure of who that is.
And Mr. Vallis is not subject to your supervision, correct?
No, he's not.
Okay, pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Barfield.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, in regards to when was Mr. Hathaway incarcerated in the Gray County Jail this time?
He was booked into the Gray County Jail and our parole warrant was executed on 2/2/2026.
Okay, so he's only been in the Gray County Jail a few days. Is
Yes.
that okay? Now, in regards to when is he scheduled to discharge off parole?
His discharge date of parole is 5/8/2026.
If he were to be revoked, would that discharge date stay in effect?
Again, I do not calculate time. I don't do time calculations. So it would be up to our time calculations for TDCJ, who does that, to figure out his new time if there is one. But it could possibly be adjusted.
In regards to the drug testing, you mentioned these were all UAs.
Yes, they were urinalysis that were done here in our office.
Okay.
And then there were some of those that were sent to our lab that does the confirmation of lab or the confirmation of substances for us.
Okay. And what procedures are taken to make sure that the samples are intact or not tampered with?
So we do follow a chain of custody. The UA is sealed and bagged up, and so there's stickers that go over the top of the UA lid. That is all done in front of the offender. They sign all of that. It is bagged up in front of the offender and sealed in front of the offender before it gets sent to the lab.
And in this specific case, was protocol followed, and was that done in this specific case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in regards to the monitoring, it's my understanding from your testimony that the previous residents, there was some problem with the monitoring due to the equipment. Is that correct?
So not necessarily due to the equipment, but possibly due to the satellites placement in the sky. They pull off of satellites, they pull off of cell phone towers, and they pull off of the nearby Wi-Fi signals. So in that instance, there was a lot of clutter in the GPS point. Sorry. There was a lot of clutter in the GPS points, which would have thrown him outside, which would have thrown him, showing him to be outside, even though he possibly wasn't. And so when I look at those points, I look at them for accuracy. If I wasn't able to guarantee the accuracy of them, I do not write him up for it.
Okay. Now, his new residence is smaller. And now, in regards to that beacon, if he were to say to go 155 feet, would that be a violation?
Yes.
Okay.
So
the equipment that we're using, and I'm using that as a generic term, is fairly sensitive when it's working properly.
yes.
Okay.
So in the new residence, their beacon has a maximum range of 150 feet. In the new residence, it was a much smaller residence. I also had received a phone call from the sponsor because I was investigating.
All right. Don't tell me about what anybody else said, please.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Okay. So right now, we just don't know exactly till the parole board meets what Mr. Hathaway's incarceration status is going to be.
Correct.
He could have a hearing and be released by the board. Is that a possibility?
Yes. So the way that the pre-revocation process works for somebody that's in custody, he does not have any pending charges, so he is going to be at the revocation portion of it. He has the option to have a hearing, which is a much longer process. He has the option to waive his hearing, in which we just send the evidence to the board. Either way, the evidence that we put together eventually gets sent to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. They look at everything and then they make a final decision.
Okay. All right. And all right. I appreciate that. I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Tello, this is probably it's not germane to this case, but I'm just curious, if he wanted to fight it and you said it could be a protracted process, if the discharge day of 5/8/26 came up while he was waiting for that decision, does he parole out?
So in that case, the case would be staffed if he's in the middle of the pre-rev process, because he does not have pending charges. It's going to go a little faster than it would if he had pending charges, but at that point we would staff it. So if he chooses to have a hearing, the hearing is scheduled 2 to 3 weeks out. Typically, the hearing is conducted in its entirety. Once it's been conducted in its entirety, our hearing officer puts her report together and sends it to the board. Then they have a certain amount of time to send their decision back in. If he chooses to waive that, then the then the waiver packet gets sent straight to the Board of Pardons and Paroles. It's usually done within a few days, and then they have their period of time.
But if he chose to have a hearing and the hearing doesn't take place by May 8th, does he get cut loose?
Possibly.
Okay.
It would just be staffed. I can't give you a direct answer to that.
Okay. It really doesn't have anything to do with this case. I was just curious. So,
Yes.
all right. Mr. Nowak, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anyone else have follow-ups for Ms. Tello?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Tello, I'll go ahead and release you so you can go back to your day's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Judge,
Yeah.
have you seen Officer Plexico yet?
Officer who?
Plexico?
No.
Okay.
I've got Micah C., Ismar Pineda, Andrea Lewis.
Okay, that's fine. If you would let me know when he gets on, Judge, when we rescheduled this, he had a conflict with this date. And so if I think if we can get Miss Lewis with DFPS in, that'll be our next witness.
And who is it I'm going to be looking for?
Albert Plexico. He may come in as Officer Plexico. He's or I'm not sure how he'll actually appear, but the last name is Plexico.
Plex with a P?
Yes, sir.
Plexico, okay. All right, I'll get Ms. Lewis in.
Ms. Lewis, how are you currently employed?
I work for the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services as a family-based safety services worker.
And just kind of briefly, what does that mean? What do you do for DFPS?
I work in the family-based division where we work with families to address what led them to being reported to the department so that we can try to mitigate those concerns and maintain the children with their families without legal intervention.
All right, and how long have you been doing that?
I've been a family-based worker since 2022, but I've been employed with the department since 2008.
Okay. So, as far as as your position here doing family-based, did you ever become acquainted with Jessica Dominguez and her children?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how did you initially become involved with that family?
I was assigned that case in May of 2024 when her case was transferred from investigations over to family-based safety services so that she could engage in services to address allegations of substance abuse and then also maintain her children in her custody.
All right, and so when the case, do you have the email with the exhibits in front of you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, and so will you take a look at Exhibit 1, please?
Yes, give me just a second, sorry. Okay.
All right, and so when the case was transferred over to family-based safety services, you said that she was going to be dealing with issues of drug abuse. Did the drug screen in Petitioner's Exhibit 1, was that sent over with the referral?
Yes, we were aware of her drug screen, yes.
And Judge, the department's going to move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 1 at this time. It is a drug screen for Jessica Dominguez from May 2nd of 2024. There is an accompanying business records affidavit with that document.
All right, objections?
No objection.
No
All right.
objections.
Petitioner's 1 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And you're going to have to correct me. Is it Andrea or Andrea?
It's Andrea.
All right. Andrea, if you could look at that screen, what was Miss Dominguez positive for at that point?
She was positive for cocaine.
All right. And so at the time that you took over, what was the goal of family-based safety services at that point regarding Miss Dominguez and her children?
So when I took over the case, Jessica was currently at Serenity House in Plainview receiving inpatient treatment. She had the boys with her there, and then Braylee was with her grandmother. And the goal was for Jessica to successfully complete that inpatient treatment and then continue to work services to maintain sobriety and ultimately maintain custody of her children as long as they continue to be safe.
And so at that point, is it my understanding she was able to have the younger 3 children with her at the facility?
Correct.
And so did you ever go down to see her at Serenity in Plainview?
I did. I saw her a few times there and before the case went to a courtesy worker located in that area so that she could be local and be able to see her more frequently and watch her more closely. And but I did see her, yes, at the rehab a few times.
And so at that time when you took that case over, what, if anything, did you know about the fathers in this case?
I knew one of them was incarcerated. I knew an alleged father, Mr. Carver, had just been released from jail and was working on parole stuff, and that's the only other. That's all I knew at that point.
Okay. Were you aware at that time of the oldest child's father having an open case or working services through St. Francis at the time?
Yes, I was aware of that. I apologize. Yes.
And so at the beginning of your case, was it relayed to you that Stephen Carver Jr.'s father was in fact Stephen Carver Sr.?
That's what was alleged to us, yes.
At the beginning of the case, were you aware that there had already been genetic screening to rule him out?
We were not aware. We found that out later on when we petitioned for removal of the children.
Okay. And so at that point, was Ms. Dominguez still relaying to the department that he was in fact Stephen's father?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And so, working the family-based safety services at that point, did you try to engage any of the fathers at that point?
Not at that point, because the case had then transferred to the courtesy worker because Jessica was going to stay in Plainview. But once the removal happened, we did engage with the fathers, alleged fathers.
Gotcha. And family-based services, if you're trying to avoid removal, do you frequently work with just one parent to try to mitigate the need for that?
Well, because she had physical custody of the children at the time, that's who we were focused on. And with the fathers, kind of, for lack of a better word, in the wind or incarcerated, it was very limited on what we could do with them. And so our focus was Miss Dominguez because she had been, she had the children at the time.
Okay. So were you said you met with her at Serenity that one time. Were you ever able to meet with her there again?
I believe I saw her there twice.
Okay. Was she able to complete that program successfully?
No, she was not.
And so what hiccups or what happened that made her unavailable to complete that process?
So we started to see she wanted to leave and come home and do this, come back to Amarillo and do weekend visits with her grandmother, to see Braley and those kinds of things. And then also she would call me and tell me that she didn't want to be there anymore. She felt like she needed to work. She was very worried about her car being repossessed. And so the department worked with her on trying to help her cover those car payments while she was in, excuse me, hang on just a second. Sorry, dog's barking. We tried to help her with her car payments so that could alleviate that stress for her, like that feeling of needing to work so she didn't get her car repossessed. And so the department covered car payments for her, brought in other resources to help her maintain things so that she could focus on treatment. But she continued to leave. She continued to talk about leaving and not wanting to engage in that service anymore. She felt like she could leave and come home and work and participate in outpatient services. But we really wanted her to stay there in inpatient and get the help that she needed.
And so, did she stay at Serenity?
She did not. She left.
And did she give you a reason why?
Not really. She left once, and we had made arrangements for staff to take her and the boys back down there because we did not want her to have a vehicle there because we felt like she would just continue to leave, and she agreed to that. And then that was at the end of June, and then we got the call in July that she had arranged for someone to bring her vehicle to her, and that's when she left the children at her grandmother's home, and which ended up resulting in the removal of the children.
Now, when you say left the children at the grandmother's home, so that was after she had officially just left Serenity, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was her grandmother Judy Hooker?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was Miss Hooker able to be a long-term placement for all four of those children and to take care of them in any sort of thing like a PCSP or anything like that?
No, Miss Hooker is older. She had limitations as far as like her physical ability to lift the baby and take care of small children, toddlers. She was able to take care of Braley because Braley is older and more self-sufficient. Braley can bathe herself and kind of take care of those kinds of things. But Miss Hooker could not take care of the younger children, and told us so. In fact, when I went and visited her, when the children were left with her, I witnessed Miss Hooker falling, trying to just sit down on the couch. And so that was a huge concern too, which led to the children going into different placements, not with her.
Ms. Lewis, let me interrupt. It sounds to me like you're saying Rayleigh. Could we be talking about Rayleigh?
I apologize. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Rayleigh. Yes, sir. I
Okay, thank
apologize.
you. Go ahead, Ms. Wellman.
I apologize, Judge. I'm hearing impaired, and I didn't even catch it. And so, Miss Lewis, at that point, just based on what you had known about the fathers, were they necessarily going to be, I guess, a possibility for taking placement?
No.
Once and as far as the, I guess, trying to look at reasonable efforts to avoid a removal being possible, do you believe that you made reasonable efforts to avoid that being necessary?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that all of those efforts trying to get Ms. Dominguez to stay in treatment, helping her find this treatment that would let her keep some of the kids with her, that those are reasonable efforts?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that helping with the car payments and the financial burden were a reasonable effort to avoid that removal?
Absolutely.
Now, you said at some point you had become aware that Stephen Carver Sr. was not the father of Stephen Jr. Is that about this time in your involvement?
Yes.
And so, at that point, I guess at the time of removal, where was Stephen?
Stephen was with Mr. Carver's brother.
Okay.
Jessica had left him with Stephen. Stephen stated he could not take care of him, so he left him with his brother. His brother was willing to provide long-term care for him, despite him not biologically being his. That family wanted to continue to provide care to Stephen Jr., and so he was with the uncle.
Okay. And so I guess it's fair to say that would it have been appropriate with Mr. I guess with Senior Carver, Stephen Carver Sr.'s history and having recently been, I think you'd said, released from custody, would that have been appropriate for him to have stayed there?
No, and in fact, during after the removal, when I had a conversation with him, he did tell me that he was trying to get on his feet and he could not take care of him. He told me that himself.
Was it in any way concerning to the department that Jessica sent Stephen to him?
Given her behavior, no. She was kind of towards the end of the case prior to the removal, she was kind of all over the place.
Okay. But would it be concerning that she would have left Stephen with somebody who is not his father with that kind of history?
Yes, it would be concerning. Yes, ma'am.
And so, at the time of removal, did Miss Hooker just have the two younger boys and Rayleigh?
Rayleigh was at a summer camp when the removal happened, or she was actually in Pampa, visiting her biological father's family. And then the two younger boys were with Miss Hooker, and then Stephen was with the family in Pampa.
All right. And so, as far as at that time, Mr. Hathaway was concerned, was it your understanding that he had a separate CPS case open and was working through services through St. Francis?
Correct.
Was he compliant in that case?
I'm not sure. I spoke to his worker maybe once or twice after the removal occurred, just to kind of touch base and follow up. According to Jessica, it was my understanding he did not want to deal with us because he was already working his own case when we started our case with Jessica.
Would it have been appropriate to place one child with a father who was already involved in a case with the removal of another child?
Depending on what the circumstances were, if he wasn't able to have his own children at that time, then no, it would not be appropriate.
All right. And then at that point, where was Mr. Vaez?
I believe he was in jail.
All right. And did you were you able to make contact with him at the jail?
Yes, I was. And he provided me with a sister's phone number for possible placement of his child. We attempted more than once to contact that aunt, and she never called the department back, or we were never able to reach her.
All right. And so, do you recall what when you met with him, do you recall what he told you he was in custody for?
I don't recall him discussing his charges, but I do believe he said he was going to be there for a while.
Okay. And as far as the I guess did anybody give you any other names at that point for a possible biological father for Stephen Carver Jr.?
No.
All right, and so were you aware of another person who had also been ruled out as the biological father?
I do recall there was some other orders that were filed where other people were eliminated from the possibility of being the father.
All right, and so at that point, did the department have any other option for placement for any of the children with their fathers?
No.
All right, and so when the decision to when the decision to remove was made, at what point did you get off of that case, or were you still on that case up until removal?
I was still on as secondary at that point because I was going to continue to see Rayleigh, but Pamela Pierce was the primary because Jessica was residing in Plainview. There was lots of people working and helping on this case.
Okay. But ultimately, I mean, is it fair to say that based off of what you've testified today, that all the efforts possible were exhausted to avoid that removal?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Now, do you know, did Jessica ever drug screen for you while you were involved in the case?
She did not because she was in and out of treatment. I do believe she did test at the treatment center and was positive for cocaine, but they were willing to continue to work with her and help her.
Okay.
And that's after one of the times that she left and then returned.
All right. And so, did it seem like that the facility was doing everything it could to keep her engaged and keep her at the facility?
Yes.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
All right. Did you refer Jessica to any other options besides Serenity after she had come back?
No, because we kept hoping she would go back. That was our main focus, was trying to keep her in treatment.
Okay. Now, as far as, let me see where, do you believe that leaving the children with Jessica Dominguez at that point would have been contrary to their physical health and safety?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that it would have put them in danger to remain in her care?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe, unfortunately, for the younger boys, even staying with Miss Hooker would have potentially been detrimental to their physical health and safety?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe it could have been detrimental to her physical health and safety?
Yes, I do.
And so, what if she had completed the family-based safety services program? Could that have helped avoid this?
Yes, if she would have shown long-term stability and sobriety, yes, it could have avoided all of this.
All right, and so let's see. Give me one moment. And Judge, at this time, the department's going to, I think we're going to move to admit exhibits 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3A and 3B. Those are going to be certified copies of the cases that involved Mr. Baez at the time that this was going on. You give me one moment. 2A, 2B, and 2C are going to be related to cause number 32364B, which are styled the state of Texas versus Anthony Manuel Baez, for the 2 counts. So petitioners 2B and 2C are going to be the convictions of judgment. 2B for assault, family violence, or assault of a family or household member, impeding breath circulation. The other one being assault of a pregnant person. Then 3A.
Let's split them up. Any objections to 2A, B, and C?
I do on the basis of relevance.
Okay, that'll be overruled. Any other objections?
No objection.
All right. 2A, B, and C are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And then the 3A and 3B will be related to 33238B styled state of Texas. And then the B will be the judgment of conviction. That'll be for evading arrest, detention with a motor vehicle. These and the others are all certified copies out of Randall County, Texas.
All right, objections 3A and B. All right, petitioners 3A and B are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And the department would just ask that judicial notice be taken at this time of the convictions in both of these cases. The sentence dates were August 6th of 2024. In the first case on both counts, he pled guilty to 12 years in the Texas Criminal Justice Institutional Division, and then in the 3A, 3B case, he pled guilty to 15 years on the same date in the Texas Division of Criminal Justice Institutional Division.
All right, so noted.
All right, and so ultimately, Ms. Lewis, was there a hearing held in this case after the removal?
Yes, I believe it was an adversary.
And was the department named temporary managing conservator at that time of all 4 children?
Yes.
And let me see. Give me one moment, Judge. I will pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Grant.
Ma'am, when was the last contact you had with Jessica Dominguez in your role as her FBSS worker?
It was probably in July of 2024, right after the removal.
And have you had any other contact with her since that time?
No, I have not.
Any other contact with the fathers in the case since that time?
No, ma'am.
And did you testify at the adversary hearing?
I don't believe I did. I kind of think it went to agreed orders, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so your testimony regarding Ms. Dominguez and her services is for the first time today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you provide any statements for the emergency removal that you recall?
I provided information of my case for the affidavit of removal, yes.
And how long did this FBSS case go on under your supervision?
I was assigned the case on May 20th, and we removed around July 4th or 5th, so a little over a month and a half.
And did you feel during that time that you provided all the services that were at your disposal for the issues in the case?
Yes, we did, for sure.
And it was your opinion in July of that year that the case had gone beyond an FBSS supervisory case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In other words, more services were needed for the parents in this case to mitigate the circumstances for the children's positions.
Yes.
And were you present at the removal of the children?
I was not.
And did you have any contact with the children after emergency removal in your role as an FBSS worker?
I did not see the children after they were placed, no.
Did you receive any follow-up reports regarding the children after the removal?
We were just told where they were placed.
And did you receive any concerns from anyone after the removal of the children?
No, ma'am, not that I recall.
And did you have any further contact with the grandmother who attempted to be placement for these children in the beginning of the removal?
No, ma'am.
Were the children clean, healthy, and provided for upon removal from the grandmother?
Yes.
And that was at a significant impairment to her, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if that grandparent still has contact with the children?
I do not know.
And do you have any information regarding services for Jessica Dominguez after the emergency removal and reassignment to a caseworker?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Lucero?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lewis, you testified earlier that you were aware that Stephen Carver Sr., I guess, submitted to DNA testing and he was not Stephen Jr.'s dad, right?
Yes, ma'am, we found that out post-removal.
Okay, all right. And so during the time that you spent, involved with Jessica, Ms. Dominguez, I apologize. Did she by chance ever mention any other gentleman that could have possibly been Stephen Jr.'s father?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Ms. Dominguez ever provide you the name Tori Torres as a potential father?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Michelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. You previously testified that you had contacted Mr. Vallis, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and he provided the name of Miss Harrell as an alternative placement?
I believe so, yes.
And it was your testimony that she never returned your calls?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, Mr. Vallis was incarcerated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of his incarceration, he was not offered services by FBSS, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the fathers were involved, I'm sorry, my dogs are barking. As far as Mr. Vallis was concerned, the basis of the removal was not because of his conduct, correct?
Correct.
Okay, pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Barfield?
Ma'am, what interaction did you have with Mr. Hathaway, James Hathaway?
I attempted to contact him when the removal was occurring. I believe I called him and also sent a text message and he never responded. So I did not have any correspondence with him.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Nowak?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything further with Ms. Lewis from anyone?
Yes, Judge, I have a couple more questions.
Okay.
Miss Lewis, could Mr. Valles have taken possession of the children while he was incarcerated?
No.
And based off of the convictions and the charges that he'd pled guilty to around that time, does it appear that his conduct was the reason he was incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, I mean, to some degree, would you agree that his conduct was part of the reason for removal?
Yes, because I get what you're saying. He was not able to take possession of the children because he was incarcerated for his crimes.
And I neglected to ask you this earlier. Do you believe that there was no time consistent with the circumstances to have the adversary hearing prior to the removal? I mean, essentially, did that need to happen before the full hearing could be held?
Yes.
And was that for the safety of the children?
Yes.
And then, Judge, I am going to go ahead and ask to admit petitioner's exhibits 4A and 4B, which are certified copies of the adversary hearings in both of these causes.
Okay. Objections?
No objection.
What were they again? I'm sorry, I can't find them fast enough. I've got so many exhibits and different emails.
They're the adversary hearing orders, Judge.
Oh, one in each case?
Yes, sir. The
Okay.
first A
Okay.
for all of those is going to be for the Carver-Baez case, and B on all of those should be for the Dominguez case.
All right, if no objections, then 4A and B are admitted.
And then, Judge, I will. And Miss Lewis, was the department attempting to set up visits for Miss Dominguez after the removal?
Yes, we do have to offer her one within so many days of the removal. I did not coordinate that, but I do know there was attempts to set up a visit.
And were any visits able to be set up for her?
At the time the case transferred, it is my understanding there was not.
Objection to hearsay unless she has personal knowledge.
And Judge, if she was working on there and she's already signed the affidavit in the petition that's attached to the petition to that information,
If she has the personal information, it's overruled. If she doesn't, it's sustained. Okay, let's go on. Let's move on.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, anyone else have further questions for Ms. Lewis?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Placement infeasibility alone doesn't prove unfitness, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was there any evidence of physical abuse to the children by Mr. Valles?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And he had no access or opportunity to the children at the time of their removal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Pass the witness.
All right. Anyone else?
Just one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, is your knowledge of the visitation offered after removal based on your review of the records in this case and access to your normal course of employment?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Anyone else?
And yes, Judge, I will follow up on Mr. Michelson's question. Miss Lewis, had there been any previous involvement with the family prior to your case?
Yes.
And did any of that involve Mr. Valles?
I am not privy to that knowledge. I know Jessica had extensive CPS history, but I am not sure what Mr. Valles' involvement was.
All right. No further questions.
Anyone else?
Just one follow-up. Previous involvement with CPS wasn't the basis for the removal of the children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Anyone else?
I have no further questions, Judge.
No further
All right. Can she be excused?
No objection.
All right. Ms. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
All right. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's take about a 5-minute break, and I do have Albert Plexico in the waiting room now.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Officer Plexico, we're not going to need you right now. We may not. We may need you as a rebuttal witness. So I was going to go ahead and let you know to go ahead and so you could go ahead and log off, and we'll be in touch if we do end up needing you again. But as of right now, we don't need you at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Hamilton will be in touch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Pierce, how are you currently employed?
I am an FPSS worker for the Department of Family and Protective Services.
And do you work out of the Lubbock office, or what office do you work out of?
Plainview.
Okay, gotcha. And were you working at some point as a courtesy worker on a case involving Jessica Dominguez and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you work with her while she was attending Serenity?
I did, yes.
And just kind of briefly, what kind of contacts were you having while she was down there?
I was able to see her the morning of July 1st to confirm she was still there. And after that, the case was transferred to me.
Okay. And so when she left Serenity, did you have any involvement in trying to get her to remain there?
I did not. We were notified the morning of July 5th that she had left.
Okay. And so were you part of the discussions that were held that ultimately led to the removal of the children?
I was not. July 4th was the holiday. I was off July 5th, but one of my coworkers was able to sit in on that.
And just, I guess, so you understand, Ms. Lewis has already testified. So what I'm asking you is probably going to be a lot more brief, more directly to what was your involvement in this. Okay. Now, after the removal, did Jessica reach out to you at all about trying to get visitation set up?
Yes, she did.
And what, I guess, was she able to do that, or what, was she having any issues?
I believe she was attempting to contact the worker at St. Francis who would set up the visits. They had contacted me to let me know that they were trying to reach her. So that was when I called her to see if she wanted to set up a visit. And she did not respond for a couple of days, but then when she did, I gave her that information.
Okay. Did she say anything about whether or not she's having issues with her phone or anything like that?
I do not recall, no.
Okay, not a problem. Judge, if I may, I believe Miss Dominguez may be in the waiting room or trying to get on.
She's not.
All right, I apologize, Judge.
Judge, for the record, Ms. Dominguez, during her lunch hour at her job, did make an attempt while we were on break and had entered the room but has left again. But I just wanted to note that she did appear at this hearing today, for the record.
Okay.
All right, and Ms. Pierce, that was really the bulk of my questions for you, so I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Grant, questions?
No additional questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Lucero?
No questions.
Mrs. Kincaid?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Michelson?
No questions.
Mr. Barfield?
No questions.
And Mr. Noack?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, can Ms. Pierce be excused?
Yes, Judge, please.
All right. Ms. Pierce, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, next witness.
Can I get Isamar Pineda, Judge?
Okay. Ms. Panetta, if you'd unmute, please. Thank you, ma'am. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wildman?
Thank you, Judge. And is it better to say Miss Pineda, Miss Hernandez Pineda? What would you prefer?
Either one, it's hyphenated. It's fine.
And so, Miss Pineda, what do you do for the department?
At the time of this case, I was an investigator with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
All right, and so were you specifically the investigator that was assigned to investigate the case involving Jessica Dominguez, the children, and their fathers at the time, I guess, that ultimately led up to removal?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
I became involved at the time that we received the referral or the intake, which would have been on July 5th of 2024.
All right. And so would that have been after Miss Dominguez had already been working the family-based services?
Yes.
All right. And so what exactly got you involved?
I became involved because of the new allegations that were made regarding Mrs. Dominguez's drug use, and then also concerns of abandonment of the children.
Okay. And so the abandonment of the children, was that after she left the rehab facility and left them with Miss Hooker?
Correct.
Just so we can kind of get our timeline down. All right. And so were you, during that investigation, able to make any contact with Miss Dominguez?
Yes.
So initially, were you able to make contact with her?
Initially, no, but after some attempts, I was able to speak with her by phone.
All right. And so when you spoke to her, I mean, did she agree to talk to you? Did you go over the notification of rights and all of that?
Yes.
And when you spoke with her, did she give you any kind of explanation as to why she had left the rehab facility?
She explained to me that she was upset with the staff at Serenity, that they had favorites, and that she felt like she wasn't getting the care that she needed there.
And so did she, I mean, give you any explanation for why the kids were left at Miss Hooker's house?
She claimed that Miss Hooker had told her that it was okay, that she would watch the children.
Okay. And did you confront her about whether or not that was true?
Yes, I let her know that the opposite was being said, and that she had left her children strapped in their car seats on the front porch of Miss Hooker's home. And at that time, she still denied it, and said that if Miss Hooker said that she did not want to care for the children, it's because she's mad.
Okay. And so either way,
Excuse me, Miss Riley, let me interrupt. Miss Panetta, were you involved to the point that you saw the children strapped to their car seats on the front porch?
No, Judge Graham, it was what Miss Dominguez was relaying to me in that conversation.
All right, Miss Dominguez or not Miss Hooker?
Correct,
Who
Miss
told-
Dominguez.
Okay, mom admitted she left the kids strapped in their car seats on the front porch?
She did not admit that to me. She was explaining to me that she had left the kids with Miss Hooker, because Miss Hooker supposedly told her yes, that it was okay.
Okay, but where did the strap to the seats on the front porch come from? Did someone tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. But it was not mom that told you.
Correct.
Okay, all right, sorry. Go
I
ahead, Miss.
apologize for the confusion.
No, you're all right. I'm just trying to figure it out legally. So,
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
Go ahead, Miss Wildman. Sustain.
So at the point that you're involved, was it your understanding that the children were not supposed to be with Miss Hooker and that was not going to be a long-term option?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. Could we determine what conversations and who was involved so that I can understand who we're talking about?
Yeah, sustain.
Well, let me ask, was a family team planned team meeting made, and was it ultimately determined that the children would not be able to remain there?
A family team meeting was not held, but I'm so sorry. Can you ask your question again?
I guess it was during your investigation where did Miss Dominguez have the children? The part that you were involved, did she have the children while you were involved?
We became involved after the allegation came up that she had abandoned the children to Miss Hooker.
Okay, and so that's where your involvement had begun, correct?
Yes.
All right. And where did Miss Dominguez tell you where she was when you tried to reach out to her?
She did not say where she currently was, but she did say that she was going out of town to Oklahoma for the 4th of July.
And how recently, from your understanding, had she been at Serenity?
I do not recall.
Okay. So, but at the time that you were trying to contact her, it's your understanding that she was leaving for Oklahoma, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, to her understanding leads me to a hearsay objection.
That's what she just testified mom said to her. That's what mom was doing.
Ask your question again. I didn't even understand it.
All right, and so, but from what mom had told you, your understanding was that she was leaving the state to go to Oklahoma for the holiday, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did she give you any indication that she was going to return to get the children?
One second. At the time, she had only explained to me that she was going to be going out of town for the 4th of July, but she did say she was going to be back and she was going to have the kids with her.
Okay. And so, did you talk to her at all about what her long-term plans were at that point as far as addressing the drug issues that had gotten the department involved?
Your Honor, may I ask if the witness is referring to a document so I could follow along and possibly narrow my questioning?
Miss Panetta, I'm sure you're just refreshing your memory. What are you looking at so that we know?
It's the supplemental affidavit that I had written and provided to the court.
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh. Ms. Wildman?
Correct. And so did she have any, did you talk to her about the department's concerns about her drug use?
Yes.
What was her response?
Once I told her what the concerns were that the department had, she just stated that she understood.
Okay. So did she have any argument against the concerns about her her continued drug addiction and her leaving the inpatient facility?
So after I informed her of those concerns, that's when she said she understood. At that point, I informed her that we would most likely be staffing with our legal team to see if legal action needed to be made. And that's when she just asked if the kids could go with a family friend.
Okay. So she didn't offer to come get the kids at that time?
No.
Did she offer to come meet with you in person at that time?
No, I did tell her in the beginning of the phone call that we needed to meet and talk about the case.
All right. And regardless of what she was saying about what Ms. Hooker had told her, did you inform her that at that point was not going to be an option?
Correct.
Did she still make no effort to come back and get the children at that time?
No.
All right. And I mean, ultimately was removal staffed with as part of with the department, and was that the, I guess, avenue that was taken?
Objection, compound question.
Sorry, was removal ultimately staffed?
I believe so, but investigations did not complete that removal. It was done out of the family-based program.
And is that because she was involved in the family-based safety services at that point?
Correct.
Ultimately, is that why investigations part in this was fairly limited?
Correct.
And I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Grant?
Ma'am, are you the author of the supporting affidavit and supplemental supporting affidavit that was attached to the petition for removal?
Yes.
Did you review that document preparation for your testimony here today?
I did briefly.
And is that document, to your knowledge, filed in the court record?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask the court take judicial notice of the facts contained in the filed petition for removal and supporting affidavit filed by this witness.
Anything specific or just the whole thing?
Just the supporting affidavit supplement mainly, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'll read it. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
I'll note it. I'll note it.
Thank you, Judge. And at that time, was it your belief and you swore to that the children could not effectively remain in their current situation and they were removed?
Correct.
And as far as the supplemental document attached, does any of that document contain information that you did not at the time have personal knowledge?
I'm so sorry. I'm not sure I understand your question.
The supplemental affidavit submitted to the petition, was it all based on your personal knowledge and interviews through your job as an investigator in the case?
Yes.
And are you a keeper of records at the time as an investigator in CPS matters at that time?
As far as documentation and the supplemental affidavit, yes.
Yes, and you had full access to the record of this case at the time of your filing, is that true?
Yes.
And did the removal mitigate the emergent situation with the children?
Yes.
And did you have any involvement in the subsequent placement of the children after removal?
I did not.
Did you have any further contact with Jessica Dominguez after removal?
I did not.
Did you ever interview any of the fathers as part of removal or after?
I did not.
Did you have any role in locating the fathers in this case?
Yes, I believe I attempted to locate Stephen Carver Sr., but I spoke with his brother.
And you had no success in that effort, is that correct?
In speaking with Mr. Stephen Carver Sr., no.
In locating the fathers, you had no success?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Lucero.
Ms. Pineda, whenever, from your interactions with Ms. Dominguez, during that time, was it your understanding that Stephen Carver Sr. was Stephen Carver Jr.'s dad?
That's what I was told at the time, yes.
Okay. And she never mentioned that there might be another possible dad out there during your interactions with her?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. Did Ms. Dominguez ever name Tory Torres as a father of a potential father of one of the children?
Not to me.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Michelson?
Thank you. Your intake was based on new allegations and not the original FBSS concerns, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and your investigation focused on the mother, not the potential fathers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the allegations didn't accuse Anthony Valles of drug use, correct?
Correct. The allegations were only against Mrs. Dominguez.
Okay, and father wasn't present when the conduct occurred, is that correct?
Correct.
And father didn't have any control over mother's actions, is that correct?
Who do you mean by father, Mr. Michelson?
Mr. Valles, I'm sorry.
An objection to cause for speculation.
It's within the scope of her.
Ask your question again.
The father didn't have any control over the mother's actions, correct?
I'm going to sustain that objection. That's speculation.
Okay. And during the investigation, the department knew that Mr. Valles was incarcerated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the department understood that Mr. Valles was physically unavailable as a solution to placement, correct?
Correct.
And your previous testimony was that you didn't interview Mr. Valles. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Barfield?
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, what involvement did James Hathaway have to do with your investigation?
Not necessarily any involvement aside from being named as one of the fathers.
Okay. So he was not involved as to why you started this new investigation. He didn't do anything wrong to your knowledge.
We didn't have any allegations against Mr. Hathaway.
All right. Thank you. Pass the witness.
Mr. Nowak?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Any follow-ups for Ms. Pineda? No? Can she be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Pineda, thank you for your testimony. I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Wildman, next witness.
Let me double check my list, Judge, but I think at this point the department is going to call Micah Chapman, who I think is in there. You said as Micah C.
Okay. Last name is Chapman.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Chapman, how are you familiar with James and Koval Valles?
I am their one of their foster parents.
And how long have the boys been placed with you?
They came to us on July 8th of 2024.
All right. So, about how old were they when they first came to stay with you?
James was 2 and Koa had just turned 1.
All right. And when the boys first came to live with you, what, if any, I guess, behaviors did you notice?
When they got here, they were very, very clingy and a little nervous. And James was very talkative. He is one of the most talkative 2-year-olds I've ever met. But he was very wanting to know where everybody was all the time, where everybody was going. Koa was really quiet. He had not, I don't think, had started talking a lot yet. And he was crawling, not walking. He had somewhat of a flat head when he came to us, and he didn't have just a ton of emotional reactions to things. But James was I would describe him as very anxious. If I left the room to go get a cup of water, he wanted to know where I was going, what I was doing, needed to know where everybody was at all times.
Now, I'm going to break it down a little bit and ask
Oh,
you
yeah.
some more direct questions. What sort of things did you do to try and help James as far as that anxiety?
When we noticed that he was a little worried when we would leave the room, we would tell him, like, I would say, I'm just going to the kitchen to get a drink. He would usually follow and come with us. When we started daycare, so I was off during the summer, and so we started daycare a couple weeks after they'd been with us. It was a lot of telling him kind of like what the plan was, who was going to pick him up, just kind of prepping him for things. Sometimes we would do things if he was going on a visit. We would print out pictures of like a car, the person who was going to come pick him up, the pictures of people he was going to see, and then pictures of us after another car, like a little visual schedule, things like that.
And I mean, at any point, did you see any improvement as far as those behaviors were concerned?
It took a couple of months. The biggest anxiety factor for James, at least, was nighttime. It would take an hour and a half to 2 hours for him to fall asleep every night, and someone had to be in the room with him. And so from the span of about July to mid-November is when we were able to finally have him go to sleep in the room without somebody right there beside him the whole time. And he does share a room with Koa, so that did help that he wasn't in the room alone at night, but having an adult not in there. So it took a couple months.
Now, as far as James was concerned, as far as the flathead and the not walking yet, did some of those issues at any point begin to resolve?
So do you mean Koa?
Or I'm sorry, Koa.
Okay. Yes. So he started talking. It was about a couple weeks where he started babbling, and then just pretty gradual. The pediatrician wasn't super concerned. We did have ECI evaluate both of the boys late July. So we got them at the beginning of July, and both of them were evaluated in late July, and neither of them qualified for services. So James didn't have any deficits with his speech, and Koa had a few, but the ECI qualifications, there has to be a certain percentage, and he didn't have a large enough deficit for him to qualify. So they were like, they figured that he would just, as he's growing, they would come along, and when we would take him to pediatrician appointments, well checks and stuff, he was always hitting the milestone questions that they asked. And then he began walking, I think within a month of being with us.
Now, so from what your, I guess, experience parenting, do you have any other kids?
Yes, I have 2 older kids.
And at this point, from your perspective and experience, do both of the boys appear to at least developmentally be on target now?
Yes.
All right, perfect. And so you talked about visitation and photos and everything. What sort of part have you had in visitation or transportation, if any, while this case has been going on?
So whenever there were still visits between the boys and mom, and she would come to Lubbock, I would transport them to and from their visits with mom in Lubbock. And then the sibling visits take place in Amarillo. There was a time over Christmas of 2024 where transportation got canceled the day of. And so my husband drove them to Amarillo for their visit. And then I have driven them one time when transportation didn't work out again to Plainview. So I met we changed the visit from being in Amarillo to Plainview, and I drove the boys up to Plainview and stayed and hung out at the visit and then took them home.
So have you gotten to see the boys and how they've interacted with their older siblings?
Yes, I have.
And just what sort of interactions have you observed?
They are all very, very sweet with each other. So one of the very first visits where I met the older sister, Rayleigh, was right after they were removed, and she was there. She actually got to come to Lubbock, and they were hugging all over her, loving all over her. And then when we met, we also went one time over the summer. We drove to Amarillo and took everybody, and my older kids got to meet the boys' siblings. And so I got to meet Stephen that day. And then the last time I saw them was in November, and where I saw all four of them together and got to watch them hang out. They were all sweet to each other. They got along really well. They almost kind of picked up where they left off. James loved running around and playing with Rayleigh. Rayleigh was playing with them. Stephen was playing with them too. Stephen shared his drink with Koa. He likes to sneak everybody's food, and he was like, here, and very sweet. So.
And so, kind of jumping, I guess, ultimately, depending on how this case resolves, if you were to end up being a long-term placement for the boys, are sibling relationships and visits something that you're willing to continue?
Yes. At that November visit, Rayleigh asked if it was okay if she had my phone number. And so we actually video chatted last night. She had texted and said she wanted to see the boys, and they had gone to bed on Tuesday already. And so we had planned a little like phone call on Wednesday. So yes, we are.
All right. And now I think you had mentioned photos as far as visits with mom too. What sort of, I guess, photos or what kind of ways have you attempted to keep them connected to mom throughout this case?
So I asked before Tim was on the case, we had a different worker for a couple of weeks. I had asked him at one of the visits to take a picture of the boys with mom. And so he sent it to me, and I printed out a copy of it and put it in a frame. And I actually gave one to mom as well, of them too. And then when Tim was on the case, I had him text me a picture of Rayleigh and Stephen. And so we had pictures of them framed as well. And so the boys have that picture from that visit that's in a frame in their room. And then I've updated the pictures of the siblings since, because we were able to get one where everybody was looking at the camera. And so they have those pictures in their room as well. We bought Christmas presents in December of 24 for siblings and for mom, and sent them with them to that visit. And then I had, if James had drawn a picture or something for mom, I had made a copy or given that to her when we would see her at visits.
Now, when was the last time that you prepared the boys to have a visit with mom?
It was in March. I don't remember the exact date. I do know that the court date was March 31st. And so the last visit with mom, I think, was a couple weeks before that, like mid-March, I think before spring break of 2024. No, 2025. Sorry.
That was going to be my follow-up question, what year was it? So you believe that was in March of 2025?
Yes.
Now, prior to visits stopping, did you notice any behaviors before or after visitation?
There weren't ever any big behaviors right after the visit. Whenever it was time to go, they were always excited to go. Whenever it was time to leave, everybody involved did a really good job about keeping the boys' spirits up, of like, oh, look, you get to get back in the car and here's the stuffy or anything like that. So the day of, there weren't ever lots of big behaviors. It was usually the couple days after where we would notice an increase in irritability, kind of verbal combativeness with us, as far as like hitting, biting, scratching. It was things that were age appropriate, the way a 1 and a 2-year-old lash out at things, not anything super concerning around those visits.
And I wanted to clarify, when you said, I mean, everybody was staying positive at the end of those visits, did that include Ms. Dominguez?
Yes, she always was helpful with getting them into the car, telling them, like, she never had visible sadness in front of the boys until the doors were shut. She was very positive to the boys, saying, I love you, we'll see you next time, and again, helpful with getting them in the car to get ready to go.
Now, when visits ended, did you notice any kind of behavioral changes?
I wouldn't say any drastic differences, but there were less instances of the change in irritability, increased behaviors at school, like more reports of having a bad day or a good day. There were less of the negative reports, just because there was a less frequency of the visits.
Okay. And since those visits have ended, I mean, do the boys still have that photo of mom in their room?
They do.
Have they asked about her? What have they shown any kind of emotional response either to that or the visits ending?
Sorry, my headphone just died. Can you still hear me?
We can still hear you.
Okay. They have not asked in a while. They're probably August or September. They have not said anything. One time Koa saw the picture and asked who was that, and then said it was his sister. And then I pointed to the picture of Rayleigh and said, no, that's Rayleigh. This is your mom. He hasn't called me Micah in a long time. It's been mom. There hasn't been any changing of the name. And he has not on his own asked about her in a while.
Did you ever have to transport the boys to any kind of visitation with Mr. Vaez during this case?
No, there have not been any visits with Dad.
And have the children asked about him or asked about Dad?
There was one time, I think over this summer after James turned 3, just as he's gotten older, he's very smart. He asked me one day, he said, I have 2 moms. Do I have 2 dads? And I said, yes, you do. And he asked who his other dad was. And I said, I don't know him. I have not met him. And then that was that.
All right. And so as far as the children in your home, how do they get along with your older kids?
They get along really well. They play together really well. My kids are older, so sometimes they want to play with toys. Like when they were little, they would want to play with little Legos, and we didn't want Ko to eat those, so they would separate. But they play dress up together. We have a bunch of Hot Wheels tracks. They play together. They play outside together. And James always thinks he is one of the big kids also. And they get along well. They call each other brothers. They call each other sisters. They refer to each other as each other's brothers and sisters.
As far as what you've observed, what sort of relationship do the boys have with your husband?
Oh, a great one.
And just from your experience with them, what kind of relationship do you have with the boys?
I would say a great one. I feel like we attached really well, really early. And they, I would say it is a close relationship, the same as I have with my older kids. They have called me mom from the beginning. James will like at the beginning would sometimes call me Micah, would sometimes call me Micah mom. But I feel like it's good.
And kind of to clarify things, when you introduced the children to yourself to the children, how did you introduce yourself?
We introduced ourselves as our names, Micah, and then my husband Stephen. And we would call, like, if we were talking, we would refer to each other as our first names. And then whatever they chose to call us, we would respond to that. We did stop calling my husband Stephen so much because James's brother's name is Stephen and he got confused a couple of times of who we were talking about. And so he kind of switched to dad pretty quick just to make it less confusing for James.
All right. And if the parental rights to the boys' parents were to be terminated at this hearing, are you willing to keep the boys long-term and consider adoption?
Yes.
All right. And as we talked about, if that happens, are you willing to make sure that they maintain the relationship with their siblings, even if their siblings are not a part of that?
Yes.
Do you, and let me just ask, I mean, how do you feel about the boys?
I love them. They are our babies forever, no matter what the end of the trial says. They're part of our family.
And even if they were to not stay with you long term, would you still feel that way?
Yes.
And as far as the boys are concerned, if they do stay with you long term, are you able to meet their physical needs?
Yes.
Do you believe you'd be able to meet their emotional needs?
Yes.
Has one of the boys been in play therapy when issues had arisen?
Yes. James went to play therapy. We got in pretty quick, and we did it for about a month and a half. And she suggested not continuing. However, she did say, since we are now on her patient list, if anything comes up randomly, that we can call and get an appointment with her again.
So that's something you feel confident that if other issues were to arise in the future, you can address?
Yes.
Now, Koa's had some issues with breath holding, correct?
Yes.
And about when did that start?
His first episode that we
I'm
witnessed
sorry.
was in August. So we got them in July of 2024.
Hang on, Micah.
I need
sorry.
I need to take a quick break, please.
When was the first time that, from your recollection, that Koa had one of those issues with his holding his breath?
The first time was in August of 2024. He was upset and held his breath and turned blue, and his head rolled back like he passed out, and then he sat up and started crying. We called the pediatrician and described what happened, and they said it sounds like a breath holding event, and we would just take note of it. And then later it progressed.
That was gonna be my question. Later, did those episodes change in any way?
Yes. So one time when they were on a visit with mom in Lubbock, it was either September or October, he had one at the visit, and they described seizure-like activity and called the ambulance. By the time I got there, EMS had checked him out. He was acting his normal self. And so we didn't go to the hospital, but I did call the pediatrician to report it, and they said that is it. If he seemed to come to, then it seemed fine. The next one was in November. I was actually home with him. We both had hand, foot, and mouth. And we were home, and he got upset and held his breath and passed out. And then I witnessed a seizure that lasted about 45 seconds to a minute. So I called EMS, and we did go to the ER. The ER checked him out, monitored, and sent us home after that. We followed up with the pediatrician. Oh, go ahead.
Let me ask you, and so after that incident happened, did you document that with your agency and
Yes.
everybody else? All right, and
Yes,
then
we documented it with our agency, with Tim, and then we also reported it as a significant event to the hotline.
and is that a requirement because of your licensing?
Yes.
All right. And so after that incident sent you to the hospital, did you follow up with the pediatrician again?
Yes. So they called, we got an appointment, and then I was able to get it on video the next time it happened. And she referred us to a neurologist. They said they still didn't think they
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
All right. And so after the neurologist, did you get any other referrals?
Yes. So we got a referral from the pediatrician to the neurologist. When we went to the neurologist referred
Ms.
us
Chapman,
to.
let me ask you, and at this point, are there any further follow-ups that have been necessary? Do you have any follow-up appointments at this point?
No.
Have you followed through with all of the referrals that you have gotten about this incident?
Yes.
Or I guess this potential condition, and at this point, do you have any other further follow-up to do?
No.
Having gone through that, followed up with all those individuals, do you feel like that's something that you can handle in the future?
Yes.
Do you believe that you have all the resources that you would need necessary to make sure Koa got the medical care he needed, if that were to continue to persist?
Yes.
And do you believe that you have the resources to get further referrals if necessary to care for Koa?
Yes.
Let me see. All right, Judge, I will go ahead and I will pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Chapman, are these breath holding incidents, are they still occurring?
He had not had one since February of 2025 until a couple of weeks ago in January. So he's only had one in the last year.
And how would you compare it to the others? Was it about the same, or do they seem to be getting worse or better? Or?
They're better. It was much shorter.
Okay. You'd answered some questions from Ms. Wildman. Let me ask you, if adoption was not possible, but long-term placement was still possible, maybe like a permanent managing conservatorship, are you and your husband still interested in long-term placement for these two kiddos?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Grant.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Lucero.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Kincaid.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Michelson.
I've got a few. Micah, have you ever had any contact with Mr. Vallis?
I have not.
Okay. And do you have any personal knowledge of the background of Mr. Vallis?
We were given the affidavit when the boys were first placed with us of things that had happened in their past.
But you didn't observe it directly, correct?
No.
Okay. And have you ever observed Mr. Vallis with the children?
I have not.
Okay. And it sounds like James is exceptionally bright.
Yes.
An exceptionally bright 3-year-old. What does that present as a challenge?
As a challenge?
Yeah. Very smart 3-year-olds, I would think, could be a handful.
Oh, yes. He is very bright. He is understanding logic when there's consequences, but he responds really well to the strategies that we use in our home for discipline, but he's doing really well.
Good to hear. And so James is aware that he has a father out there, correct?
He asked one time, yes.
Yes, okay. That's what I was referring to. So, have you ever provided any information to Mr. Vallis about the progress of the children?
I have not. My conversations are usually with Tim, our case manager.
Okay. And have you ever provided pictures or anything to be forwarded on to the father?
I send pictures to our case manager who sends them to, I don't know who he sends them to all.
Okay, okay, that's fair. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Barfield?
No questions.
Mr. Nowak?
No question, Judge. I'd just like to thank Micah and Stephen for taking such good care of James and Koa. Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Micah.
Absolutely. All right. Can Ms. Chapman be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No
All right.
objection.
Ms. Chapman, again, thank your husband on behalf of all of us for what y'all have done for these kiddos. We really appreciate it. So
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
Judge Graham, Ms. Chapman had asked at this point if she be released for the subpoena so that she can watch the rest of the proceedings.
I have no problem if no one else does.
No objection.
Anyone?
No objection.
No objection.
No.
Ms. Chapman, I'll release you from the subpoena so that you can listen to the rest of the hearing. You're welcome to turn off your camera or you're welcome to leave it on, whatever you'd like to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is everybody good to keep going?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mrs. Wildman, your next witness.
My next witness, and Judge dare say our last witness, will be Mr. Koval.
Okay. Mr. Koval, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Koval, just real briefly, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed by St. Francis Ministries as a permanency specialist.
How long have you been, how long have you been with St. Francis specifically?
Since March of 2022.
And were you with DFPS prior to that?
I was.
All right, so how long, just in general, have you been working with the department as an umbrella?
Since November of 2021.
All right, and so real briefly, and I'll strike that. What when did you come on the case, or are you on the permanency specialist for the case involving Jessica Dominguez, James Hathaway, Anthony Vaez, and the children Rayleigh Dominguez, Stephen Carver Jr., James Vaez, and Koa Vaez?
I've been the permanency specialist primary on that case since July of 2024.
All right, and so, is it fair to say you've basically been on this since St. Francis took over?
Yes.
And so were you the one that developed the family plans of service in this case, or in these cases?
Yes.
All right, and did you develop the family plans of service for all of the parents?
I did.
And at that time, do you recall, was Tory Torres an alleged father yet?
No, not at the beginning.
All right, and so at that point, the parents involved would have included Anthony Vaez, James Hathaway, and Jessica Dominguez, correct?
Correct.
All right, and so do you have the exhibits for this case in front of you?
I do.
And so, looking at the petitioner's exhibits 5A and 5B, are those the status hearing orders for these two cases?
Give me just a second to open up each of them. Yes, 5A is the status hearing order for the Carver and Vaez children, and 5B is the status hearing order for the Dominguez case.
And are those the attached to those at the end, or are those the family plans of service that you prepared for the parents?
Yes.
All right. And have you gone over the family plan of service with Miss Dominguez?
Yes.
Have you gone over that, the family plan of service with Mr. Hathaway?
Yes.
And have you made efforts to go over or get the family plan of service provided to Mr. Baez?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time, the department is going to move to admit exhibits 5A and 5B, which are certified copies of the status hearing orders in those respective cases with the attached family plans of service.
All right, objections?
No.
No
Five
objection.
A and
No
B are
objection.
admitted.
All right, thank you, Judge. And so when Mr. Koval, when going through and creating these family plans of service, did you attempt to, I guess, what sort of services, as far as Mrs. Dominguez are concerned, were more narrowly tailored to the needs of this particular case?
The services that we tailored for Ms. Dominguez took into account the fact that there was substance use history, that there were mental health issues, and there were parenting issues. And so we tailored her plan to include some things to address that.
All right. And as far as Mr. Hathaway, were you familiar with Mr. Hathaway prior to being involved in the case with Rayleigh Dominguez?
Yes, I had familiarity with Mr. Hathaway through another department-related case involving another child that has a different mother, but James Victor Hathaway is the father of that child.
Okay. Were you the permanency specialist in that case as well?
I was.
And did you develop, I guess, the family plans of service in for that case as well?
I did.
Now, as far as the services in our case, what sort of things were narrowly tailored to Mr. Hathaway in getting him to be appropriate to potentially have Rayleigh reunified with him?
We were looking for Mr. Hathaway to attend BIP classes, which is the Batterers Intervention Protection Program for perpetrators of domestic violence, since that was in his history with the mother of the other child, not in this case. And there was a substance abuse history, and so we wanted him to regularly drug test for us.
Now, even if domestic violence were occurring with a different partner, is that still a concern for St. Francis?
It is.
And why is that?
Because it sort of indicates a tendency that if someone can't control their anger with one romantic relationship, you would expect that might occur in another romantic relationship.
And why would that be concerning if we're looking at reunifying a child with him?
Because that child would be in an environment with Mr. Hathaway and his romantic partner, and there would be the potential of domestic violence that the child might witness, and that would be harmful for the child.
Now, from your understanding with your just interactions with Mr. Hathaway, does he have, and you said domestic violence, does he have a number of criminal charges and convictions related to domestic violence?
Well, I'm familiar with his burglary of a habitat and also his possession of a controlled substance.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
And Judge, at this point, and Judge, just before I ask any further questions, the department is going to move to admit exhibits 7, 8, 9, and 10. All 4 of these are going to be certified copies from Gray County related to cases with Style the State of Texas versus James Victor Hathaway. I can go individually and give you the cause numbers. Exhibit 7 is going to be cause number 36301, and that would be an information and a judgment of conviction for assault causes bodily injury of a family member, which is a Class A misdemeanor.
Okay, 7 objections. All right, petitioner 7's admitted.
Petitioner's 8 will be cause number 36312, which is an unlawful restraint charge, a Class A misdemeanor.
All right, objections to 8. 8's admitted.
9 is going to be a terroristic threat causing fear of imminent serious bodily injury. That's a Class B misdemeanor.
All right, objections to 9. 9's admitted.
And the last one, Exhibit 10, is going to be cause number 35453, which is another information and complaint for assault causes bodily injury, family violence, or of a family member, which is a Class A misdemeanor.
All right, objections to 10. All right, 10's admitted also.
Thank you, Judge. And so, Mr. Koval, with your knowledge from Mr. Hathaway and with the convictions or judgments of conviction that have been entered in, does that kind of help explain the concern the department has with domestic violence involving Mr. Hathaway?
It does, and I would also add that he admitted to me in the late fall.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Have you discussed any of these domestic violence incidents or any of his history with him?
I have.
And what, if anything, has he said?
In the late fall of 2024, he was back in jail and told me that it was because he had gotten physical with the mother of the other child that's not in this case. And it was a parole violation, and he was incarcerated at Gray and Wheeler County jails for several months.
And was he in those jails for several months throughout this case?
Yes. This case began in July of 2024, and so this was the fall, winter, into the early spring of 2025.
Do you recall when he got out of jail?
I believe that it was early March of 2025.
Okay. And prior to that, were you able to meet him up there at the Gray County Jail?
Yes, I met him at the Gray County Jail and at the Wheeler County Jail.
Okay. And while he was incarcerated, did you talk with him about trying to complete any of his family plan of service during that time?
Yes.
Was he able to complete anything while he was incarcerated?
No.
And as far as Mr. Baez, has he been incarcerated the entire time you've been on this case?
He has.
What sort of communications have you been able to have with him?
I visited him in person when he was still in county jail in Amarillo. And I believe it was around October of 2024 that he was transferred to TDCJ, but I met with him individually up until that time. I was able to show him a picture of James and Koa that he requested. And then after the transfer, he has had an LPS worker that I communicate to him through the LPS worker, and he communicates back to me through the LPS worker. I also mailed him his family plan of service, and he signed it and sent it back.
Has he returned any sort of certificates of completion as far as any of his services prior to being sent out to TDCJ? Did he work on anything when he was local?
No, he did not.
All right. And let's talk real briefly about the possible fathers for Stephen Carver. So when you got this case, did you have any information from anybody about who the father of Stephen Carver could be?
No, I did not.
And did you have the information that DFPS had that Stephen Carver Sr. was not the father?
I did have that information.
Okay. At some point, or let me ask you, where did the name Tori Torres come from?
I knew from Jessica that he was a boyfriend of hers.
Okay.
that it had been off and on, over several years.
And was there, I guess, the possibility that Mr. Torres, after eliminating all the other possibilities, could possibly be the father?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to try to locate Mr. Torres?
Well, after Jessica first told me that she believed that he could be the father, which was in May of 2025, I got a phone number from her and I tried to reach him on that phone number and had no luck. I then asked Jessica if there were other relatives that I could contact in order to possibly reach him. And she said that all of his relatives were dead or in prison and didn't provide me any further information.
And so, did you attempt to locate any old addresses or anything like that for Mr. Torres?
I did. We did, finders, reports, searches, and it did not lead me to Mr. Torres.
At any point during this case, have you had an idea about where Mr. Torres might be?
No, I have not.
Very briefly, do you recall him being incarcerated in the Potter County Jail?
I did hear that very recently he was in the Potter County Jail, but by the time I found out about it, he was already out of jail.
Okay. And is this lack of communication or an ability to get good information for him ultimately what led to us having to have the court order substituted service for Mr. Torres?
Yes.
And since that service has been completed, has he reached out?
He is not.
Have you had any other kind of communication with him?
I've never spoken with him at all.
All right. And Judge, I would ask you to take judicial notice of the paternity registry searches in this case that have not led to any additional information or fathers for Stephen Carver Jr.
All right.
All right.
You're saying the paternity registry search for him showed no one has claimed to be the father?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So noted.
And have you had any other possible fathers come forward or be mentioned by any party in this case?
No.
All right. Now let's get an update on the kids before we start talking about the parents and their services. Where is Rayleigh Dominguez placed?
Rayleigh is placed with her great-grandmother in Amarillo.
And is that Judy Hooker?
It is.
All right. And how has she been doing in that placement?
She's done very well. She's a smart child. She does very well in school. She's on the AB honor roll. And she's a fairly mature young lady.
Now, what is her relationship to Judy?
She is Judy's great-granddaughter.
All right. And you were present for earlier testimony. Physically, has Ms. Hooker been able to take care of Rayleigh?
Yes.
Does Rayleigh need a whole lot of hands-on physical assistance or care?
No, she does not.
Does the department have any concerns about Ms. Hooker's long-term physical ability to take care of Rayleigh?
No.
And long-term, what is the plan for, what is the department's plans for Rayleigh?
We would like to see adoption by Mrs. Hooker. She did become licensed with Arrow in October, and so she is licensed to adopt and is able to do that if and when it becomes an option.
And she's willing to be long-term placement and have Rayleigh remain with her?
She is willing, yes.
All right, and so where is Stephen Carver currently placed?
Stephen Carver is placed with fictive kin in Gray County.
And we say fictive kin, what sort of relationship is that for Stephen?
So he is placed with Johnny Carver, who is the brother of Stephen Carver, Sr. So our child is Stephen Carver, He's not Stephen Carver Jr. by name legally, but he is the son of Stephen Carver Sr. And that Johnny, the placement, is the brother of Stephen Carver Sr., if that makes sense.
I guess to clarify, he's been determined not to be, but is still seen by the family as?
Yes.
Right. And so even though there's not a biological relationship, are they committed to keeping Stephen Carver Jr. with them?
Yes, and they would like to adopt if that option is available.
And has he been with them since this case began?
He has.
And so how does he do there in that placement?
He does really well. There was a period of a little bit of adjustment where there were some behaviors at school, but that was a year ago. And he has settled down, attended class the way that he should. I think early on he was taking bathroom breaks and then playing in the sinks in the bathroom and things of that nature. But he's become much more focused, and he went through the WIT tutoring program last year, which really helped him to bring his grades up, and his grades have continued to be high this year. He recently had some testing and scored above the goals. So he's doing really well, and he's not having any significant behavioral issues in the placement itself either.
All right. Now, Ms. Chapman has previously testified sort of about how things have gone with her and her family with James and Koa. What is the department's long-term plans regarding the younger two children?
We would like to see them adopted. The foster home there, as previously testified, they're very, very well bonded. And so we would like to see adoption. That would require a sibling split. So we would have to staff for that and get approval for that. But that's the goal at this point.
All right. And based off of sort of your involvement in this case and what you've seen so far, even if the children are not adopted together, do you believe that those placements are going to be able to maintain those relationships?
Yes.
And all right, let's shift gears and go through the parents and their services. So let's start with Mr.
Excuse me just a minute. Let's take about a 10-minute break here before we get into a new subject.
Thank you, Judge. All
right, Ms. Wildman, you can continue with your examination of Mr. Koval.
Thank you, Judge. Is there a way that you could mute Mr. Vaez? I'm not sure what that background's coming from, but I don't know that Amy will be able to.
I can mute him, but I can't unmute him if I do, so we'll see what happens. Okay. It'd have to be somebody there at the jail to unmute him.
I think they were serving his lunch, Your Honor, so we were getting a lot of background noise.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Judge. All right, so Mr. Koval, let's start with talking about the progress Mr. Hathaway has made on his services. What services during this case has he been able to successfully complete?
He completed the fatherhood fire parenting classes.
And what services does he still need to complete?
He started and did not finish the BIP classes. He was asked to maintain stable housing, which he lost his housing in January. He was asked to have consistent and stable income for a period of 6 months, and he has not had that. He hasn't been employed really for the life of this case, to my knowledge. He was asked to drug test regularly, and he did for some of the case, but then stopped agreeing to test for me in September of 2025. So the last drug test that he did for me was like early September of 2025. He was also asked to attend AA meetings, and I know that he was doing some online meetings, but he never provided me with any attendance logs.
Now, as far as housing, what are you aware, either from what he has told or you have observed yourself, happened as far as his housing situation?
He was living in a home that was owned by a gentleman that he had known for a long time, who ended up passing away. That gentleman was the owner of the home and was living there as well. And after he passed away, the house went into the ownership of someone else. And Vic was evicted along with, I guess, the other household members. He was evicted. I think the proceeding began on December 12th, and then he was evicted sometime in January.
At any point while that was going on, did you go out there?
I did. I happened to go to the house on December 12th. Police were there, and the gentleman who was the new owner of the house was there. They were trying to get him to leave that day, but I believe that he remained in the home, and it had to go through the legal process in order for him to be evicted. But I did witness him there at the house, and I witnessed Jessica Dominguez there with him.
All right. Now, since that eviction, has he given you any kind of updated information about where he's living?
He has not. He has not really been in touch with me since September. After Jessica relapsed, and there were concerns about her being at his house, and me asking him to retest in September, he became hostile and uncooperative with me, wanted to have a new caseworker. So we haven't had a whole lot of communication since then. I told him that, if I were not his caseworker, that would mean that the other parents and the 4 children would have to have a new caseworker. And he said, well, then that's what we need to do. And that was the last conversation that we had.
Have you attempted to get the updated information from him?
Well, I sent him a letter that basically acknowledged that he no longer wanted to have cooperation with me, no longer wanted me to visit with him or communicate with him. So I sent him that in September or October, and we really have not contacted each other since then. I have tried to get him to drug test, I will say that, but the text started coming back as not delivered. So either he changed phone numbers or the phone was turned off, but he has not drug tested for me when I have texted him, but I don't think he received those.
Okay. And at any point, did he update you with any kind of contact information if his phone number wasn't working?
No, he is not.
Has he reached out to you in any way to provide any updated information about any services or anything like that?
No.
And as you said, it sounds like you've attempted to continue to get him to do drug screening and follow through with services, but he has not given you the ability to contact him, correct?
Correct.
And when did you become aware that he was incarcerated?
I believe it was last Friday.
Okay. And so in that, I guess, has he reached out to you at all since he was incarcerated or asked you about what was going on in the case or any updates?
No.
And were you able to get out there before this hearing?
No, I did not.
All right. And so do you believe that the service plan and the services that he was asked to engage in would have been reasonable efforts to reunify him with Rayleigh?
Yes.
Do you believe the department's made reasonable efforts to reunify the child?
Yes.
Now in talking about visitation with Rayleigh, at certain points in this case, has Mr. Hathaway been incarcerated?
Yes, he has.
And was he able to have visitation at those times?
No.
Once he was released, what sort of visitation has he engaged in?
He has not visited with Rayleigh at all.
And initially, earlier on in this case, was he able to potentially have the supervised visitation?
Potentially. I mean, there were phone calls that he had with Rayleigh early in the case. And then if he were going to visit her in person, it was required to be supervised. But he was in Gray County throughout this case and didn't have his own transportation and never asked to be transported to Amarillo to actually see her.
And so, would that have been something that could have been arranged?
It could have been.
Now, and Judge, I apologize. I'm gonna go a little bit probably out of order as we go through this. But now, as far as visitation, I mean, has Rayleigh been in the visitation that they've had?
Are you talking about visitation between Rayleigh and Mr.
Yes.
Hathaway?
Has Rayleigh shown an interest or has engaged or anything engaging with visitation with Mr. Hathaway?
Well, early on, she would accept his phone calls when he called, but I know that for many months now, she has not wanted to talk to him.
All right.
And she has expressed that to me.
And if you'll look at the exhibits in that I sent you as far as exhibit 14B, and Judge, just for the purpose of keeping things easier to keep track of, the department is going to move to admit petitioners exhibits 14A and 14B at this time. Those are going to be certified copies of the permanency hearing orders from July 7th of 2025, with that first case being the Carver-Vaez case and the second one being the Dominguez case.
All right, objections to 14A or B? All right, 14A and B are admitted.
And at that point in July of 2025, is that what was Rayleigh refusing the visits at that point?
I believe so.
All right, and at that point, in the court order, did the court essentially order that any continued visitation be pursuant to sort of her interest in the recommendations of the therapist?
Yes.
And she's been in therapy, correct?
Yes, she has been in therapy with Melissa Lawson.
Have you, in talking with Rayleigh recently, has she changed her opinion at all in whether or not she wants to be involved in visitation?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
She has not changed her opinion.
Okay. And let me ask you at this point, based off of your involvement with the case, with the continued lack of involvement with the department, with considering that criminal history, and the fact that he's recently been arrested again, do you believe that Mr. Hathaway has engaged in conduct that's knowingly places knowingly placed the child with persons who engage in conduct which endangers the physical or emotional well-being of the child?
Yes, and we noted in his family plan at the beginning of the case that we were worried that he had not been a steady, consistent part of her life. And so that was what we were trying to get to in order for him to have a good relationship with Rayleigh. And he just has not been a steady, consistent part of her life because of the incarcerations and because of the substance use.
Okay. In any way, since you've been involved with this case, has he addressed that history of domestic violence?
No.
And do you believe it would be in Rayleigh's best interest for his rights to be terminated?
Yes.
Why do you believe that that would be in her best interest?
Well, it would allow for her to continue in her placement with her great grandmother and, sort of close that chapter to make sure that, that he does not emerge into her life in a way that would be detrimental to her and allow her to focus on, the next chapter of her life.
Now, as far as seeing and him and Miss Dominguez together, is that a concern that you've seen them together in person?
Yes.
And why is that a concern?
Well, both have a history of substance use, and they have a history of using together, and so that isn't a recipe for success. It tends to lead to relapse, and it led to relapse in September, which she admitted to me. When she was with him in September, there was relapse, and then that started a spiral of positive tests both for her and for him.
Okay, and shifting gears now, as far as Mr. Baez is concerned, what services has he been able to complete while incarcerated?
He has not been able to complete services while incarcerated.
The facility that he's in, has that given him any opportunities to try to work some of them?
They do have some certain things that that he has expressed, that would be able to do, such as BIP classes, but he's been on a waiting list for some of those things. And there was I know a period of time where he was in a faith-based dormitory there at TDCJ unit, and some of the services were offered in another unit and not his unit.
Okay.
But I think he's also been sort of kept from doing some things because his recent parole hearing, they said that he was not really adjusting to the institutional environment there in a favorable way. So that was a negative against him when his parole was denied. So I think some things have been restricted from him to have access to them because of his conduct and his adjustment.
Now, earlier in this case, we admitted the exhibits to, let's say 2B, 2C, and 3B, which were all judgments of convictions against Mr. Baez from August of 2024. And from your understanding, the children came into care in July of 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And I guess were you having contact with Mr. Baez around July of 2024 when the kids came into care?
It was pretty soon after that. I became assigned to the class to the case July 30th, I believe, and then I started making contact with him the next month.
Okay. And so, listening to previous testimony about DFPS, is it your understanding, even before you were involved, that there were at least some contact with DFPS with Mr. Baez about the children in this case?
Yes.
And so in exhibits 2B, 2C, and 3B, based on the testimony today, if he pled guilty to those three offenses August 6th of 2024, timeline-wise, he would have been aware of this case, correct?
Yes.
And so the children having been in the care of the department since July of 2024, with the length of these sentences being 12 years and 15 years, effectively, has that so far kept him in prison and unable to care for the children for a year and a half so far.
It has.
And based off of those sentences and the denial of parole, will that keep him from being able to care for James and Koa for at least 2 years after that initial filing of our petition and potentially more?
Yes.
And do you have any idea when he might be back up for parole?
Based on what I read, I believe it's another 2 years at least until he would be up for parole again.
Okay. And based off of the previous testimony and the criminal history that's been testified to and admitted in this case, do you believe that he's engaged in conduct or only placed the child with persons who have engaged in conduct that endanger the physical or emotional welfare of the children?
Yes.
Are you, do you believe it would be in James and Koa's best interest to terminate his rights?
I do.
And why would that be in their best interest?
Because of his inability to be in their lives for some undetermined amount of time while he's incarcerated, plus the nature of what he was convicted of, including assault of a pregnant person, does not demonstrate a protectiveness of children, and there's a history of violence there, and so those would be the reasons why we think termination would be appropriate in this case.
And if termination were granted on both parents, again, as you testified, the intention would be for the boys to stay with the Chapman family, correct?
Correct.
Would that give them long-term stability?
It would.
And would that give them a home and a family to grow with into their adult years?
It would.
And do you believe that would be in their best interest?
I do.
Now, having not had any contact with Tori Torres, from your understanding, has Tori Torres had any contact with Stephen Jr.?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any kind of relationship there?
No.
Would you ask that the judge terminate his rights as well, either based off of not responding timely to the service of the petition or not registering with the paternity registry?
Yes.
Do you believe that would be in his best interest?
Yes.
And as far as as far as the reason why would it be in his best interest to no longer have Tori Torres as an alleged father?
That way that he can move on in his life and be sufficiently bonded with his placement and to have permanency and to know that someone's not going to emerge and upset the apple cart, so to speak, of his life, so that he can just proceed with normalcy and permanency.
Would that be the same argument for why it would be in his best interest to terminate an unknown father?
Yes.
And how old is Stephen at this point?
He's 8.
And he has been with his fictive uncle and his family for about a year and a half now, correct?
Yes.
And is that a stable placement and that he is bonded to?
Yes.
All right. And so, as far as leaving any unknown fathers involved, do you think that would be in his best interest to terminate that person or that possible person today?
I do.
All right. And so now let's talk about Mrs. Dominguez. And so let's talk a little bit about just generally what kind of communication you've had with her throughout this case. In the beginning, what kind of communication were you able to have with her?
Did you ask in the beginning?
Yes, sir.
It was fairly good in the beginning. I introduced myself to her at the beginning of the case, and we developed a family plan of service for her, which she signed. I set up visits with the kids and I transported her to one of the visits in Lubbock at a McDonald's with James and Koa. Had a chance on that long drive there and back to get to know her a little bit. So it was pretty good early on.
Was she attending visitation regularly early on in the case?
Well, from an early point, the visits were very hit and miss. There were times that she would make it to the visits, and then there were times that she would cancel at the last minute or no show without canceling.
Now, let me ask you, with the kids kind of split up the way that they were, what sort of visitation schedule was in place?
We had a visitation schedule in place with Rayleigh for her to visit with Rayleigh in Amarillo once a week. And then we had a once a week visit with Stephen that was at McDonald's in Pampa. And those were supervised visits. So we had workers, different workers for Rayleigh and for Stephen. And then we had visits set up in Lubbock with a supervising worker out of the Lubbock office. Although there were a few times that I supervised the visits and went to Lubbock to do that with them. And that was also once a week.
And then there's been some talk about sibling visitation, but what sort of sibling visitation was going on?
The sibling visitation from the beginning and still ongoing to this point is once a month. We transport the Valles boys from Lubbock to Amarillo, and we transport the Pampa. We transport Stephen from Pampa and Rayleigh, and all four of them meet at our visitation house and spend a couple of hours, and that's once a month.
And then was Miss Dominguez involved in any all sibling visitation at some point, or was she going to those visits as well before they were just with the kids?
She was involved in the beginning, and then it was in the spring of 2025 that her visits were suspended by this court.
And so the sibling visitation that continued, that would have been, I guess, the visitation she was going to with all four of the kids, correct?
Correct.
And so let's kind of talk about when you had mentioned spring of 2025. So in early 2025, what kind of contact were you having with Ms. Dominguez?
In early 2025, I was visiting her at her home. She's had several residences throughout this case. There was a point where she had a rental house in Amarillo on Roosevelt, and I was able to visit her there in early 2025. So during that time frame, the communication was fairly good. But then as we got into early spring, she made a sudden decision that she was going to move to North Carolina to stay with her brother and get clean and get a fresh start.
And so prior to leaving to North Carolina, I mean, was she drug screening for the department? Was she working any other services?
She was doing some drug screening for us when requested. And there was a period of time around January, February of 2025 when the levels of her hair follicle were going down. But then she relapsed in March, and that was the point where she said she was going to move to North Carolina. She asked me if I thought that was a good idea. And I said, well, it might make it difficult for you to work your services when you're in another state, as well as it doesn't really show a lot of stability to pick up and move. And
let me ask you, at that point, had she completed any of her services?
She had not done very much. No, I think she was working on her domestic violence classes, which she did complete those. But she wasn't making progress on her counseling. She wasn't making much progress on the job because she had just lost her job in early February. She just quit going to work. And so that was an instability there where she told me that she was going to go to to a dental conference on a Friday and a Saturday in Dallas, and provided me no proof that that was actually happening. And she never went to work after that. She didn't report to work on Monday. So she later told me that she had relapsed. So I don't think that that was true, that she was going to a seminar, but she was let go from that job in February.
Excuse me, I've got to take a, I've got.
Thank you for this.
Okay, sorry for the interruption again. Ms. Wildman, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And so at that point, and Your Honor, the department is going to move at this time to admit exhibits 13A and 13B. Those are going to be the, give me 1 minute. Those are going to be the certified copies of the permanency hearing orders from March 31st of 2025.
Okay, objections? All right, 13A and B are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And so ultimately, did Ms. Dominguez leave and go to North Carolina? Oh, you're still muted, Tim.
Sorry. Yes, she did go to North Carolina.
And did you attempt to work services with her and get her to drug screen at all while she was there?
Didn't really have an opportunity because after 3 weeks, she abruptly decided to move back.
Now, at the time of that March 31st hearing, do you recall her appearing and testifying that she was in fact moving back?
Yes.
And at that point, was she court ordered to drug screen as soon as possible?
Yes.
And did the court in those orders suspend her visitation until she could give a negative hair follicle screen?
Yes.
And so that was March of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Let me, Ms. Wildman, let me clarify. I ordered that she not have visitation until she provides a negative hair and UA drug screen.
I apologize, Judge. And so based off of those orders, is that when visitation was suspended?
Yes.
And I guess to clarify, was she having visitation after she left for North Carolina?
I believe she might have had like one virtual visit at the sibling visit. I seem to recall that we did that right before the court suspended the visits.
And did that all kind of happen in a pretty quick sort of turnaround?
It did.
And so had she stayed in North Carolina, I guess the question would be, would you have done at that point been able to try and get more consistent virtual visitation set up?
We would have tried, but I would add that the visits and her lack of attendance consistently prior to that had gotten so bad that in late February, we had implemented a rule with her that she needed to confirm her visits by 3 p.m. the day before, because it was getting just a little out of control. We had so many multiple workers who...
Objection, non-responsive at this point, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can go on.
It ties up so many workers to make these visits happen. Plus, it's traumatic for the children to expect to have a visit with their mom and then she doesn't show up. So we implemented that shortly before the visits were suspended because it was less than 50% of the time that she was actually making the visits.
All right, and so considering the, I guess the ongoing substance abuse issues, did you ever talk to Jessica about, I mean, in the initial service plan, was she required to do an OSAR?
She was.
And did she ever complete any kind of inpatient treatment while you were on this case?
No, she did not. She was initially told to go to outpatient with Synacor, which she refused and then decided that she would do it, and she enrolled in it. And March 13th of 2025, I had a 3-way call with her and with Synacor confirming that her first visit was going to be an hour later, an hour from that time of the call. And then she didn't show for the call after confirming an hour beforehand. So she didn't go to Synacor then. She tried to restart with Synacor later, several months later last year, but then never finished the outpatient, only attended one or two. And then she did virtual one or two, but then never finished.
Did she ever give you any kind of reason, or did you ever discuss with her inpatient and what those services could offer her?
I definitely discussed inpatient with her, and she always brought up a job as priority, that she felt like she needed to work. And in fact, that was the reason at the time of removal that she left Plainview, was because she told me that she needed to get a job and work. And so that continued to be the reason why she was resistant to inpatient the rest of that time. Now, December 18th of 2025, she did abruptly go to Plainview, the place that she had taken the kids to at the time of removal, and admitted herself there on December 18th, but she stayed 2 days and then left.
All right, and so kind of going back, kind of keep with our timeline a little bit more. So after the visits were suspended, we had another hearing shortly after in July of 2025. And at that point, if you recall the testimony from when we started this back in January with the officers that responded to the incident involving her and or at least the mental health incident, what, if anything, did she tell you about what was going on around that time?
She didn't tell me anything about what was going on at that time.
When was the first time that you became aware that APD officers had involuntarily committed her?
I believe it was when you informed me just a few months ago.
Okay, so before before we were getting ready for this final hearing, she had never relayed anything about that.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay if Miss Wildman is the one who provided him the information.
Well, I can withdraw a judgment. It was really, the question was more, when did he become aware that had happened? And the answer could have been from the testimony, I guess, from the officers.
If you phrase it that way, when did you become aware? Then I'll overrule hearsay.
Thank you, Judge.
And so, and when did you become aware?
I became aware within the past few months of it.
Okay, and so now at that time, around that time, had she told you had she told you anything about relapsing or mental health or anything like that?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, and so around that time, did we have her, or I guess did the court order her to go back and do a second OSAR? Do you recall? And if you need to look at Exhibit 14A.
Just a moment. I'm looking through 14A, but could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Do you recall anything about or I guess, do you agree with me at that point the court ordered her to do a second OSAR evaluation? And if you want to look at, let me get the page number for you. Hang on. We're looking at 14A. The page number is going to be 18.
Yes, I guess that's.
Apologize. I've jumped around a little bit time-wise on this, but at what point was she was ordered to do an OSAR evaluation, correct?
Yes, I'm on that page under 10.2, and I do see that it is ordered that she would undergo a second OSAR assessment and follow all recommendations.
All right, and then there was also at that point some indication that she needed to undergo a mental health evaluation, correct?
Yes, it's the next paragraph on that same page.
And so what exactly, I guess, was she telling you around that time that led to that recommendation, if you recall?
I don't recall specifically at that end of June, beginning of July timeframe, other than I did know that she had a mental health crisis, and I did know that she was at the pavilion for several days.
And so did she at any point, I guess, give you that information that it had been an involuntary pavilion stay?
I don't believe that she ever used the term involuntary with me.
And so, and prior to the officers testifying, or you becoming, I guess I'll strike that. And so did she ever complete a second OSAR?
She did complete a second OSAR.
Okay. Did she ever go to any kind of treatment based off of that recommendation?
It was shortly after that that she did try to start, or said that she was going to start with Synacor again, but didn't make progress with it.
Okay. And so, as far as the TPC evaluation, do you know if she completed that?
She did not.
Okay. All right. And so, looking, I guess, through the case, as far as, I guess, let's break it down a little bit more. About how often were you asking her to drug screen?
Monthly.
And how responsive was she to those requests?
There were times that she was responsive, and there were times that she was not. There were times that she would tell me that she was somewhere and couldn't test, and I would be observing her vehicle parked somewhere with my own eyes, and know that she wasn't where she said she was, and that she could test if she wanted to. So, like the visitation, it was hit and miss as far as drug testing goes.
All right. And so is it fair to say there were times that she went and she had positive screens, and there were times she went that she had negative screens?
Yes. For example, in the fall of last year, she did have a negative hair follicle, but then she admitted, this was in September. No, this was in November. I apologize. Or the end of October, actually. She had a negative hair follicle, but she had admitted to having a relapse in September. So I asked her how she could have a negative hair follicle after using a month before. And she didn't have an answer for me. But then I said, "Have you dyed your hair?" And she said, "Yes, I dyed my hair within the last month." So.
All right. And so, Judge, at this time, the department would move to admit exhibits 15A and 15B, which are going to be the permanency hearing orders from November 3rd of 2025.
All right, objections? All right, 15A and B are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And so the fact that she was acknowledging, did the acknowledged relapse and then the inconsistent drug screen cause the department any concern?
Yes.
And I guess at that November hearing, did the department ask the court, I guess, for guidance on that, and to ultimately, was the visitation, was that reinstated, or did that remain suspended?
It remains suspended.
And if you look at 15A, give me one moment. On page, scroll down. 20, did the court order that all of the parents in this case not dye or alter their hair for the duration of the case?
Yes,
Now, do you have Petitioner's Exhibit 11 in front of you, or can you get that in front of you?
I can get it. Just a moment. Okay.
And based on the dates of those drug screens, do those dates correlate with dates that you sent Jessica Dominguez for drug screening while on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, the department's going to move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 11. It is a series of multiple drug screens from Jessica Dominguez during the duration of the case that are accompanied with a business records affidavit affirming their authenticity.
All right. Objections? All right. Petitioner's 11 is admitted.
All right. And so, Tim, if you'll open that up and go through that with me real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first screen there on page 4, what type of screen is that?
Let me make sure I'm on the right page with you. Okay, we are still in Exhibit 11, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said the 4th physical page?
Yes.
Okay. That is a UA that was collected on September 14th, 2024.
And what were the results of that test?
Negative.
All right, and then will you scroll down to the next test on page 7?
Okay.
And what was the date of that test, and what type of test was that?
The date of that test was September 14th, 2024, and it is a hair follicle test.
And what were the results of that test?
It was positive.
All right, and then if you'll scroll down to the next test on page 10, would you just tell me the date, type, and result of that screen?
July 21st, 2025. It was a UA. It was negative.
All right, and then if you'll scroll to the next one on page 13, would you tell me the date, the type, and the results?
July 21st, 2025, a hair follicle. It was positive.
All right, and then the next one would be on page 16 if you'd scroll down to that one.
Okay.
And just tell me the date, type, and result for that.
September 9th, 2025, a UA. It was negative dilute specimen.
All right, and then the next test would be on page 19 if you'd scroll down to that one. And just tell me the date, type, and results of that one.
That was September 9th, 2025. That was a UA test for alcohol, and it was positive.
All right, and so after that test, is that when you sent her for the negative after she stated she dyed her hair? Would that have been after those September dates?
It would have been after the September dates. Yes.
Right. And so, I guess, is it fair to say throughout this case that Ms. Dominguez has, to some degree, been honest about when she's had relapses?
To some degree, she's been honest.
And what was the most recent relapse that she's disclosed to you?
She disclosed the September relapse to me.
Okay. And then has she screened for you since then?
She has drug screened in October and then in November.
Okay. And so since then, and that, I guess that would have been when the negative hair follicle came through. Has she screened for you since the court continued that suspension and stopped her from dyeing her hair?
No, the last time that she tested for me was November of 2025.
And have you asked her to screen since?
I have, and she has
And
not complied.
has she given you any reason for not complying?
No.
What sort of communication have you had with her, let's say, since November?
It's been spotty. At some point, she left her house or was evicted or for whatever reason stopped living there. And that was in December. She stopped showing up for a job in early December as well. And this coincided with her going to Pampa and being with Mr. Hathaway.
As far as, let me ask you, as far as residences, do you know where she's living now?
At this moment, I do not. She was living with Mr. Hathaway until the eviction took place in January, and I do not know where she's living since. All she would tell me was that she was living with a friend.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you went out to that previous residence or went by that previous residence?
I went by that residence in December.
And what, if anything, did you observe at that time?
Well, I observed that the home was dark. I observed that there was a refrigerator and either a washer or dryer that were placed at the curb. There was no signs that anyone was there. There was no vehicle in the driveway. All the lights were off. And I had spoken to her earlier that month, and she said everything was fine with the house. But then I drove by one time, and this was maybe a week before I saw the appliances out at the curb, and there was a bag or a couple of bags of groceries that were on the front stoop. And so I was trying to contact Jessica and to see when I could meet her at the house. And she was telling me that she was sick for a week, that she was staying with a friend, that she had lost her front door key. And I said, well, there's some groceries that were there on the front stoop one time. And the next time I went by, they weren't there. And I said there was something unusual in one of those bags. And she wouldn't tell me that she knew what I was talking about, but it was some adult Depends that were in a bag in front of the front door. So, and I knew of no reason why, for a single woman, young, living alone, why there would be adult Depends there. So it just gave me concerns about what was going on and whether she was telling me the truth. And then I came to find out that she was there at Mr. Hathaway's residence, and I witnessed her there when that eviction proceeding began.
And so going back to, looking at what she has and hasn't completed and what changes she has or hasn't made, as far as stability, what ongoing concerns does the department have?
Well, I'm concerned about the instability that has been present throughout this case with her in terms of jobs, in terms of houses, in terms of substance use, being clean for a little bit and then relapsing, in terms of the visitation not being consistent with the children before it was suspended, the dishonesty with me about certain things. It seemed like it's been one step forward and two steps back, and it's gotten really bad in the past several months with the lack of housing, with the lack of a job, the lack of transportation, It just seemed like things went from kind of bad to worse in the past few months.
Is there any concern? Well, and I guess it's a similar sort of question. Is there any concern that she has been back with Mr. Hathaway?
That's a very big concern.
And so, as of today, do you know what sort of housing she has and whether or not that would be appropriate for any of the children to return to her?
I don't know what her housing is at this moment.
Prior to discussion today about her starting a new job, had she mentioned anything to you about employment?
No, she did not. And she emailed me today about, wanting to come into the hearing. And I asked her, well, what dental practice are you working at? And I've asked her twice, and she hasn't responded.
Prior to that email today, what sort of, I guess, when was the last time you had contact with her?
I tried to contact her in January to ask her to drug test, and she didn't reply. My only way to reach her really was email. She wasn't answering the last phone number that I had for her, which her phone numbers and phones have changed a lot throughout this case. But in January, I was trying to check with her to see how things were going, and she didn't respond either by email or to the phone number that I contacted her on. So there really was no contact in January. And she contacted me after I sent her the link to this hearing. That was the first time I'd heard from her in quite some time.
Right. And so, as far as let's talk specifically about services. What are some of the services she has completed?
She completed the domestic violence support group with Family Support Services.
Looking at the last court report, did she also complete a psychological evaluation in February of 2025?
On the 8th schedule or reschedule, she did complete the psychological evaluation in February of 2025.
Regarding parenting, what has she told you about that service?
She told me that she completed parenting classes, but she has not provided me with a certificate of completion.
Do you recall how long she's been telling you she had completed that service?
Quite some time. I'm not sure exactly how long.
And so, as far as, at this point, do you believe that Miss Dominguez would be able to take care of any of her children if they were returned to her custody?
I do not believe so.
What sort of concerns do you still have about their safety in regards to Miss Dominguez?
I have concerns about her substance use. I have concerns about whether she actually has put what she learned from the domestic violence support group into practice, because in October, I visited her at her rental home that she was in at that time, and she had numerous scrape marks on her face, and she would only tell me that she fell down. But I know that that was in the general time frame that she was with Mr. Hathaway between September and December. So I was concerned about what I saw when I looked at her face that day. So I'm concerned about if that pattern of being with romantic relationships where there's domestic violence, whether she has actually been able to leave that behind. And obviously a child should not be in that type of environment. I'm concerned about, she's had several different jobs, and she'll just stop going to a job after doing well for a while, and then she'll just relapse, and then that will affect her job situation and her housing situation as well. And so, if those children had been placed with her during this time frame of this case, they would have moved multiple times. They would have witnessed domestic violence potentially. They would have witnessed substance use, and she hasn't shown that she's been able to overcome those risks.
Based off of what you had heard from the officers back in January and some of the previous concerns about mental health, do you have concerns about her mental health and stability as well?
I do. I think that she's depressed and anxious, and she's not on any medications. She didn't do her mental health evaluation at TPC. I think she's had complex trauma in her life, and I think that she hasn't dealt with it, except through substance use, potentially.
Do you believe that had she engaged in the services in the service plan, that she could have started addressing some of those issues?
I do. I think the family plan, if she had pursued the things that we were working with her on, I think it would have put her well on the way to living a clean, sober life and having stable mental health. And I tried at various times to be, the life coach, and at times I tried to be the parole officer, trying to find something that would work with her, and then, talk to her about the importance of changing people, places, and things. And she hasn't done that, unfortunately.
Do you believe the department's made reasonable efforts to reunify her and the children?
I do.
And do you believe that the service plan was a reasonable effort?
Yes.
Do you believe that maintaining that visitation as long as it could be maintained was a reasonable effort?
Yes.
Do you believe that continuing to attempt to get her to drug screen and encourage her to drug screen so that she could have her visits reinstated was a reasonable effort?
Yes.
Do you believe that trying to keep in contact and with her was a reasonable effort?
Yes.
Do you believe there's anything else that you could have done to help reunify her with her children?
Not that I know of, unfortunately.
As far as Miss Dominguez is concerned, do you believe that she has knowingly placed or knowingly allowed children to remain in conditions or surroundings that endangered their physical or emotional well-being?
Yes.
Do you believe that she's engaged in conduct or knowingly placed the children with persons who engaged in conduct that endangered their physical or emotional well-being?
Yes.
And I'll ask this: do you believe at this point that she's constructively abandoned the children who've been in the temporary managing conservatorship of the department for not less than 6 months?
Yes.
Do you believe the department's made reasonable efforts to return the children to her?
I do.
Has she in any way regularly visited or maintained significant contact with the children?
No, not since the spring of 2025.
And do you believe she has demonstrated an inability to provide the children with a safe environment?
Yes.
As far as visitation restarting, was that clear from the court order that she needed to provide those negative hair follicle or negative UA and hair follicle screens to have that reinstated?
Yes.
And after being told not to dye her hair and all of that, has she complied with any of those court orders to have that visitation reinstated?
She has not complied.
And as you previously testified, you've attempted to get her to do those screens, correct?
I did.
And had those met the criteria, would she have been able to resume visitation?
Yes.
Do you believe it's in the best interest of the children for her parental rights to be terminated?
I do.
And why do you believe that?
I believe that she's failed to make progress on the things that we asked her to do. She continues to struggle with her mental health, with substance use, with being in healthy relationships, with maintaining stable housing and employment. She's not providing any of those things, and those things would be detrimental to a child to be in that type of environment.
And if her rights are terminated, and if the father's rights are terminated, what sort of outcomes will the children be able to attain at that point?
They would have normalcy and permanency in their respective placements. The ones that they're in now are very well suited, and they can continue to have visitations with one another. And so, yes.
And do you believe that that would be in their best interest?
I do.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, Mr. Hathaway. Mr. Hathaway. Can you hear me? I can barely hear you. Listen, when we come back for this break, if you want to participate in this trial, then sit there and participate. If you want to walk around, you might as well have the jailers take you back to your cell. So, all right, we'll take another short break.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
We are
thank
back.
you.
I guess for the record, I guess Mr. Hathaway decided that he didn't want to be part of his own hearing because he appears to be gone now. So, all right. Miss Wildman, had you passed the witness yet?
Yes, Judge, I had just passed and then we
Okay.
took our break.
All right, Ms. Grant, then questions for Mr. Koval.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Tim. Tim, has Jessica Dominguez remained in contact with you off and on through the course of the case?
Off and on, yes.
Has she experienced problems with telephone service that you're aware of?
Well, I don't know that she's experienced problems, but she's told me, I have a new number, I have a new phone. There's been times she said she lost her phone, dropped in the toilet one time. Just a lot of different reasons is what she gave me.
So lots of phone issues. I don't mean to make it sound like it was a provider issue, but lots of her ability to keep her own service has been off and on. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And when she has been in touch, has she been cooperative?
Well, cooperative to a degree. I mean, when she's dishonest with me or misrepresents what's going on, I wouldn't call that cooperation.
Of course. So let me narrow my question down. Has she been cordial with you and able to speak with you civilly?
Yes. I mean, we've had a relationship where, I think she believes that I believe the best for her and want the best for her and want to help her. So it hasn't been toxic.
Good. Non-contentious relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have you provided her through her service plan or other means, phone numbers for service providers for the services you identified her needing?
Yes.
And did she utilize those numbers at some point during the case to your knowledge?
Some of them, yes. I don't believe she ever contacted TPC to do a mental health evaluation.
Okay. And she stated to you at some point that she had completed the parenting class, correct?
Yes.
Did she give you any provider information for where she took the class? Although I know you testified she did not give you a certificate.
To be honest, that was a while back and a lot of things have transpired. I don't remember if she ever told me where she completed the parenting class.
But nonetheless, you've not reviewed a certificate that's been filed by my office in any way, correct?
I don't believe so.
And you personally have not received or e-filed any certificates in this case?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be for any service, not just parenting, correct?
I believe that she did provide me, or family support services provided me with proof that she had completed the DV support group requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only one that I actually received something to show that she had completed it.
And on the domestic violence stuff, let me just go through my questions with you on that since we're on that subject, sir. Do you believe and have you found through your management of this case that she is truly a victim of domestic violence?
I believe that she is, yes.
And that's not at the hands, to your belief, of only one individual, correct?
Correct.
She, one of the issues that you've worked with her on would be the continual selection of partners that are prone to that type of behavior. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And one of the things you wanted her to change and show substantial understanding in was avoidance of partners who would commit domestic violence against her, correct?
Correct.
And have you, in your experience and knowledge of working with victims of domestic violence in CPS cases, did you find her to be traumatized from her previous domestic violence?
I think she has complex trauma from more than just domestic violence, but I'm sure that that is a part of it. And I know that there's been testimony about the domestic violence that she's incurred, and I'm sure that that is part of the trauma.
Okay. And do you believe in your experience as a caseworker that the minimum of 6 counseling sessions could handle something to the extent you were identifying in Jessica Dominguez?
Well, I would have liked to have at least gotten to the 6 and then see where we were from there. Her family service plan did specify that she would do 6, and then we would see what the recommendation was from the counselor.
And would you have probably expected there to need to be more in this particular case?
I would have definitely encouraged more.
Okay. And you would not have been shocked if more were required, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did she keep transportation throughout the course of the case?
Until recently.
Okay. How recently did her transportation become an issue?
I think it became an issue in the fall of 2025.
Okay. Do you regularly, through the course of your employment, get clients who are struggling to be in inpatient rehab and keep housing and transportation in order due to financial reasons?
Yes.
In this case, what support system did you find Jessica had in place for herself, if any?
Well, her grandmother who raised her, who is the great grandmother of Rayleigh and Rayleigh's placement, has always been a support for Jessica to the extent that she can be while being a placement for Rayleigh. But she definitely has a grandmother who loves her. She has a brother in North Carolina who was willing to let her come and stay there in March of 2025. So her brother is a support. And she has the support of St. Francis, the support of you as her attorney. I think she has friends, though, that drag her down.
Okay. So although you appropriately found a support system existed in this case, there were also some hurdles that were not being removed. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she moved, let me ask you a question. When she moved out of state for this case, prior to her leaving, or at least within a near time frame of talking to her after she left, did you explain to her that services could still be done and that she was not excused from her service plan?
I did.
And how does that work when with out of state? Does she find her own services or do you help identify services?
It's a combination of both. Obviously, when it comes to things like counseling, we wouldn't be able to pay for a counselor. But if she had needed me to find a counselor, I could have found one for her, but then she would have to pay for it out of pocket.
Okay. Do you know if how long Jessica stayed residing out of state?
I do. It was 3 weeks.
3 weeks. And then when she returned, how long did it take for her to gain appropriate housing again?
I think that it was pretty much immediate. I mean, I don't believe that she was homeless at any point during that time.
Okay. Did you ever get any pay stubs during the case for Jessica's employers? She's a dental assistant, correct?
Yes, she doesn't have a dental assistant license, but she's like front desk, reception, administrative support, office type stuff.
Okay. So her experience is in a dental office. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And did you tell me whether or not you ever received any pay stubs for a lengthy employment during the case?
She sent me pay stubs in the fall when she was working at a dental office, and I say fall, I mean fall of 2025. And this was when she had the 3-bedroom house that she left in December. And it was a sizable rental. So I was looking at her pay stubs, and she represented that she was working full time, but her pay stubs indicated anywhere from 16 hours a week to 23 hours a week on average. So it was nowhere near full time.
So the employment verification did not match with the verbal interviews you were completing with Jessica.
True.
Okay. Are you aware that she just started another job today?
I'm aware that she said that.
Thank you. And as far as notification of this hearing, did you send her the link to this hearing from your device prior to today?
Yes, I sent it. I believe it was yesterday. I did not get the link myself until day before yesterday.
But it was prior to this hearing, correct?
It was prior to this hearing.
And if I represented to you that it was sent when the dockets were scheduled, would you have any reason to disagree with me on that matter? If I sent it?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
If I didn't copy you on sending out the dockets from my office, correct?
Correct.
So you would have no knowledge of whether or not I sent it or the timeline.
No, I don't know anything about what you said.
However, she did appear today for a brief time in the waiting room. Would you agree?
Yes.
And did she, similarly to texting me, text you prior to logging in?
She emailed me.
An email. Okay. And in that email, did she indicate to you that she was in the waiting room?
She did.
Okay. So do you feel confident in your testimony today that she was notified of the hearing and the risk of her parental rights being terminated today?
She was notified by me yesterday.
Thank you. And have you had conversations with her throughout the life of the case that if she fails to complete the service plan adequately, that her parental rights could be terminated?
Yes.
And have you been present in hearings when the judge has admonished all the parents in this case that their parental rights could be terminated if they fail to comply?
Yes.
So you feel comfortable today that she's aware?
I do.
And do you feel that she has made an good faith effort to complete the services, or do you feel she's fell short of that goal?
I feel that she's fallen short of that goal.
Okay. And could you describe to me why you feel that she does not reach the bar of a good faith effort?
Throughout the year and a half of this case, Jessica has seemed to take actions when a hearing is coming up based upon, I use the example, I've used this with her, of cramming for a test when you haven't even gone to class all semester. And then you try to cram for a test and take it at the last minute. I think that was the case when she chose to tell us about Tori Torres, knowing that genetic testing will complicate and extend a case. When she moved to North Carolina, that was around a hearing date. She was asking me in December about going to rehab. If I go to rehab, can I get my children back? It seemed to be not about her life and getting her life in order. It's about trying to accomplish somehow getting her children returned to her, if that makes sense.
Sure. And so if I were to go through any services that have been represented to me that she completed with you, would you be able to confidently answer questions to me that she learned from those services and implemented what she learned, should there be any proof of services completed?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you believe that there's been any evidence in this case presented to you or that you've reviewed in the file that you consider implemented and learned from on her part?
It's hard for me to say that I've seen evidence that she has learned from anything in this case. And I'll give one example, that with all the substance use, and the family service plan said that she would have an alcohol and drug-free lifestyle. When she had that positive alcohol test that was mentioned earlier, she said, well, I didn't know that I couldn't drink. There seems to be a lack of awareness self-awareness on her part.
Okay. And there's been nothing presented to you today as evidence or that you've reviewed in the file that would change your position on that, correct?
I have not seen anything that would change my opinion on that, no.
Okay. Did she complete an OSAR at any point in this case?
She did.
And did you review the OSAR and review any recommended services?
Yes.
And did you implement the recommended services?
Yes.
And what were those, if you recall?
Well, based upon, and let me explain a little something about how OSAR works. So there's an interview that she had with the OSAR representative. And the OSAR representative makes recommendations based on information that I provide, but also information that Jessica provides. And if Jessica, for example, says that it's important for her to have a job and to work and that she really wants to do outpatient, then that's going to be taken into account to some extent by the OSAR representative. The OSAR representative recommended outpatient therapy or outpatient rehab. And so that's what she decided to do with Centocor. And she engaged with Centocor, or started to engage, 3 different times, in March and in June and in the fall. And none of those times did she actually complete it.
Okay.
She asked me to help her get into rehab, as recently as a couple of months ago, after she left Serenity. And I certainly welcomed her going to inpatient rehab. And I recommended another facility to her, and she said, I will call them. And she didn't.
Okay. So would that have been along the timeline of after we met here previously for this final hearing and did a call and recess?
Let me look at my notes here.
Well, I can ask you the question a different way, Mr. Koval.
Okay.
After we met on this final hearing the first time, did you see the regular pattern of urgent engagement following that time frame?
Well, what I saw within that time frame was she did ask me if I could send her to rehab, or if there was a chance that she could get her kids back. And that was when I gave her Grace Manor as a rehab that she could go to. And that was the day after the January 5th initial hearing in this final hearing. So yeah, that was rapid engagement, I would say, in the sense that the next day after we paused that, she was asking me about rehab, and she was saying, the fact that this has been paused, does it make my chances of getting my kids back better or worse? And I responded to her and I said, well, this is just a delay until we resume in when it's rescheduled. I said, that doesn't make your chances better or worse. It's just a delay.
And is it true and correct as a caseworker that you remain engaged with services to these parents up to the very moment of a final hearing if the parent is still attempting to work services?
Absolutely. Hope springs eternal. And I never want to give up on a parent, and I don't want to give up on Jessica.
I gotcha. Have you seen any documents in this case where Jessica has been diagnosed with any issue that would prevent her from concentrating or remaining consistent in her decision making, such as ADD or something to that effect?
Not that I recall. I would think that substance use might affect attention span for sure, as Ms. Henders testified when she was on the stand earlier.
But to identify something such as ADD, that Texas Panhandle Center's evaluation would have been extremely helpful. Would you agree?
I think so.
Because they have the ability to identify focus-related disorders and things that are not substance-related, correct?
Yes, but she was also at the pavilion for several days, and the psychiatrist there, I would think, would have been able to diagnose some of those things as well.
Okay. Did you review any records from the mental health facility after she was released?
I did not.
Okay. So if there was anything in those records regarding some type of focused disability, you would not have that information at your fingertips.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a HIPAA release signed by Jessica Dominguez in this case?
I don't have a general release signed by her. With her services, I would each time ask her to sign a release, like if she went to Plainview to the rehab, or Centacor, those types of things. I was more on a provider by provider basis.
Okay. And since you were unaware of her presence in the pavilion facility at Northwest Texas until after her release, you would not have known to get a release to obtain access to her there, correct?
Correct.
And did you do any releases from her after you found out about her stay there?
No.
Was it your understanding her stay was the typical 72-hour non-voluntary stay?
It was several days, but I would say generally around a 3-day time frame.
Okay. You found it to be typical what you heard about it after the fact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what psychiatrist or name of the person who released her from her care there?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any opinion about the children in this case having post-termination contact with any of the parents in this case? Do you have an opinion about that?
My opinion is that if Jessica or any parent in this case can turn their life around and demonstrate stability, then I think some type of contact is welcome, as long as it is carefully and thoughtfully done. Because children, as they get older, they want to know more about their biological parents. And so I think that could be healthy if the parents are in a good place.
But you as a caseworker, your official position today is termination and adoption by the respective caregivers is the best option for the best interest of these children and their safety?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any further contact with Miss Hooker, Jessica's grandmother, who was unable to become placement for the children during your tenure as the caseworker?
I visit with her every month.
Does she have contact with the children?
She does.
Okay. And is that something that you believe would be in the children's best interest to continue to the ability that any potential adopter would allow?
Yes, I believe that would be good for Mrs. Hooker, and it would be good for the children as well.
Okay. Is that something that you expect to be non-problematic should termination occur in this case?
Yes.
Do you believe that Jessica Dominguez has demonstrated, strike that. Do you believe that any of the parents in this case have demonstrated the ability to have custody of the children today?
No.
Okay. And this question may seem strange, but I just want to get on the record. You actually like Jessica very much, correct? I mean, you wish her success. You've been cordial with her and had great hopes for her when this case began. Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, it would be fair to say that, I wish every parent success. And if a parent works with me and is trying, that's a bonus. And there's been times that she's worked and tried, but, she's a broken person. And, I feel sympathy for a broken person. And so I You know, it's different than a person such as Mr. Hathaway, which is difficult to really make an emotional connection with. But Ms. Dominguez, you know, I want her to do well.
Okay. And that kind of brings me to my last set of questions. Do you find that victims of domestic violence who have not dealt with their trauma can frequently find it difficult to engage successfully in cases such as this?
Yes.
Do you find that to be the case with Jessica Dominguez? At least a part of the reason. I won't ask you to say that's the whole reason.
Can you repeat the question specifically?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation on that one.
Sustain.
Let me see if I can restate it. I was just wondering if you believe Jessica's failure to deal with the domestic violence issues in her life have played a part in her inability to successfully complete services.
I think they've played a part.
Thank you. But at the end of the day, you expect parents to do what they're asked to do, and that's the bottom line you're left to choose, correct?
Correct.
And that's the reason for your recommendation today?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Jessica Dominguez does not want her parental rights terminated?
Yes.
Has she expressed that to you throughout the course of the case that she wanted to maintain her parental rights?
Yes.
At what point were any of the goals changed in this case to adoption, if you recall?
In the early part of 2025, we changed the goals. We basically flipped them from family reunification being the primary to family reunification being the concurrent. So adoption has been the primary goal since early 2025.
And all the parents would have received notification of the goal change. Is that true and correct?
Yes.
And so Jessica's notification that her services were not adequate for reunification, would you have considered the goal change notification the first time that that came to her knowledge back in 2025? That was a bad question. Let me try again, Tim.
Thank you.
Back when you notified of the goal change, did you consider that appropriate notification that she was not meeting expectations?
Yes. And I think I've been clear with her throughout the case when I thought she was doing well and, you know, trending toward the goal of reunification and when I thought that she wasn't.
Okay.
I'm very clear with her about it.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that there's a circle of, that there's a circular thinking process with Jessica and it tends to be up and down, but mostly circular, and we find ourselves in the same place over and over again?
Yes, I think she falls into cycles of relapse and cycles of toxic relationships and bad decision making. You know, I tried to send her in December to rational behavior therapy, which we know is a very good decision making course with Troy Timmons, and she no-showed that December 17th. I was hoping that that might help her with some of her decisions, but she's just made some very poor decisions along the way and gotten into a circular, you know, way of repeating those bad decisions.
Okay. Do you feel, or strike that, did she give you any reason why she no-showed the RBT?
No.
Did she ever address it with you at all?
She didn't.
Did you review all of the documents in this case as well as your case notes in preparation for today's final hearing?
I did my best. An hour, a year and a half is a lot of documents.
That's a lot of documents. Do you feel satisfied that you have reviewed and given her credit for everything you felt credit was due, that you have been given proof of?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. If she contends that she's emailed things but can't find copies of emails, do you keep copies of your emails for things you receive?
I never delete an email.
Okay. And so if you were emailed something in this case, you would still have it to this day and it would be in the record. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. And you feel confident of that?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those specific items was specifically the parenting class certificate that you have looked for more than one time, correct?
Yes.
And you have not located a certificate?
I have not. I was just yesterday and this morning, I was trying to see if there was a parenting certificate, but I haven't found it yet.
Okay. And did you search email as part of that search?
I did. I was looking for things from Family Support Services because I believe that that's who would have done them.
Okay.
But
And you're aware that although we call her Jessica Dominguez, her email actually comes from Jessica Hooker. Would you agree with me?
yes,
Okay. And so you have the appropriate email from her in that regard. Do you believe you do?
oh yes, definitely. It's the
And it,
one. It's the one thing that stayed consistent from the beginning of this case is her email address.
thank you. You anticipated my next question. Was that consistent throughout the case? And if my experience has been the same, you have no reason to disagree with me, correct? Judge, I have nothing further and I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lucero?
I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Koval, and I know, I just want to be, just to be clear, besides the name of Tori Torres, did Ms. Dominguez ever give you a name or just maybe a thought of who could possibly be Stephen Jr.'s dad? Anyone else?
No one other than Mr. Torres.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. When did Ms. Dominguez bring Mr. Torres's name to your attention?
That was in May of 2025.
Okay. And after you received that, what steps did you take to try to locate Mr. Torres?
I tried calling him at the phone number that Jessica gave me and texting that phone number as well, and I never got a reply phone call or a reply text. I asked Dominguez for any other family or friends or any way of reaching him or an address. She said that she thought that he had left town, and she said that all of his relatives were either in prison or dead. I did accurate search. I did not find anything there that brought me any closer to locating him. Just a lot of old and invalid information. Later in 2025, at a time when she told me initially that she was staying with a friend, but the friend didn't want to be involved with CPS, so she wouldn't give me a name or an address. Later on, she told me that it was actually Tori Torres's mother that she was staying with, when she had earlier told me that all of his relatives were either in prison or dead. So at one point, she was living with his mother until she told me that he got mad that his mother was letting her stay there, so she had to move. So she wasn't there for a very long time. But she still would not tell me the name of Tori Torres's mother or how to reach her.
Okay. And you said that briefly there was an inmate either in Potter or Randall County that matched the name of Tori Torres?
Yes.
Could you confirm if it was the same Tori Torres that you were looking for as an alleged father?
I'm not able to confirm that it was the same person. And at the time that I found out, he was no longer in jail, so I couldn't go to the jail and meet with him.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Michelson?
Thank you. Hi, Tim.
Hello.
You've been very patient today. I just ask you to be patient just a little while longer.
I can handle it.
Okay. Mr. Valles has been incarcerated for the entirety of the case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified you're the caseworker assigned to his case, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And all the information you received from Mr. Valles after October 24th was reliant on a third party?
Yes.
And that was his courtesy worker near the prison?
Yes.
Okay. And how often did you receive information about Mr. Valles?
Generally once a month.
Okay. And did you receive any certificates from his courtesy worker?
No, I did not.
Did you get any information that he was involved in any services from the courtesy worker?
I just was told by the courtesy worker that he was on a waiting list for BIP classes. But I was not given any information of anything that he was actually actively enrolled in or completing.
Okay. And you developed the family service plan for Mr. Valles?
Yes.
And he signed the plan?
Yes, I mailed it to him, and this was when he was still in TDCJ. And he did sign it, and he did mail it back to me, and I did file it with the court.
And at the time of the family service plan, it was understood that Mr. Valles couldn't leave the facility to complete services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the department didn't provide services for him inside the facility, correct?
We're not able to do that.
Okay. And you testified while he was incarcerated that due to parole observations or waiting lists, he was unable to complete services.
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't based on his refusal to complete services.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever document any refusal by Mr. Valles to participate?
No.
Okay. And the department's never observed Mr. Valles with the children outside at any point, have they?
We haven't had the opportunity.
Okay. And a post-release plan wasn't developed for Mr. Valles because his incarceration extends beyond the statutory basis of this case.
That's correct.
Okay. And with Mr. Valles' incarceration, did he present any present endangerment to the children?
Not while incarcerated, no.
Okay. And did Mr. Valles have an awareness that he was leaving the children with a dangerous person?
I don't know what his awareness was.
Okay. And Mr. Valles has not had any access to the children since his incarceration, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Tim, Amy Torres testified today that Ms. Dominguez told her that there had been continuous domestic violence while she was with Mr. Valles. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, Judge.
And while they were together for whatever period, she said for the ongoing during their relationship, are you aware, were they living together?
I don't know the nature of the living relationship between her and Mr. Valles.
But they were spending time together, obviously, or there couldn't have been domestic violence between them. Would you agree?
Correct. And they would have spent time together in order for James and Koa to happen.
So would, on both their parts, then, would you say that they both voluntarily, are they knowingly placed or knowingly allowed the children to remain in conditions that would endanger their physical health and well-being?
Yes, sir.
And would you say that both during that time that they were ongoing domestic violence, they both engaged in conduct or knowingly placed the children with persons who engaged in conduct which endangered the physical health and emotional well-being of the children?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You may have testified to this, I don't know if it was asked of you, but Mr. Valles had you created a service plan for him and he signed it, correct?
Correct.
So would you say that service plan was a reasonable effort to try to return the child to Mr. Valles?
Yes.
And even though he was incarcerated due to his own actions. He's not regularly visited or maintained significant contact with the children. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So would you say he's demonstrated an inability to provide his children with a safe environment?
I would say that, yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Barfield, questions?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Koval, how are you today?
I'm fine, Mr. Barfield.
Good. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about James Hathaway. He is currently incarcerated, as we all observed earlier in this hearing. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Would it also be a fair statement that based on the testimony of this hearing, we do not know specifically how long that incarceration may last?
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, due to his recent incarceration and the date of this hearing, it would have been very difficult, if not impossible, for you to get out there given your caseload. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
To the jail. Okay. Now, in any event, did he work? Please just briefly describe what services he did complete.
He completed parenting classes through Fatherhood Fire, and I received the proof from Fatherhood Fire that he had completed those.
And did he start BIP classes at some point?
He enrolled in BIP in August of 2025. So that was very far into the case when he knew that that was his service back in July of 24. But he did enroll in August, and he did attend a few classes, and I even personally took him to one of those classes. But that was in August, and then September, he canceled one because he had a stomach bug, and then he didn't go to any others after that.
And
BIP, I'm sorry, BIP is.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say that BIP is 24 weeks. It's an hour and a half each week. So it's a total of 36 hours. So if you go every week, it's going to take you about 6 months to complete BIP. And he only went for about 1/5 of that, if maybe not even quite that much.
And would it also be a fair statement that he has been incarcerated intermittently throughout these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how old is Riley at this point?
It's Rayleigh.
Rayleigh, my apologies.
That's
It is an A, not an I. You're correct.
We've gone from Brayley to Riley to Rayleigh, but it's Rayleigh, and she is 12.
Okay. And so she has the ability to basically speak to the caseworker, being you, speak to placement, speak to everybody, her counselor, and state her opinion. Would that be fair?
That would be fair.
And you've already it's my understanding Mr. Hathaway has not had any significant contact with her throughout this case.
Or throughout her life.
That was my next question. Thank you. In regards to his ability to parent, he cannot parent in jail, can he?
No, he can't.
Okay.
But he goes to jail because of his decisions and choices that lead to that.
I understand. But my point being is, well, I'll move on. Has he ever indicated verbally to you that he wanted to voluntarily relinquish his parental rights?
No.
Has he indicated to you that he did not want his rights terminated?
He has.
Okay. Do you feel that he's in compliance? And I know with the new law, but do you feel like he complied with the orders of the court in this case?
No.
Okay. Do you feel at this point it would not be in his child's best interest that he be named a managing conservator?
It would not be in the child's interest, no.
What are your thoughts on him being named a possessory conservator?
I don't think that he's a good influence for Rayleigh, given his substance use, the incarcerations, general attitude that I've observed when I've been with him. I think that it's a negative thing, and plus Rayleigh has told me herself that she really does not want to talk to him.
Now, in this hearing, he was present for the vast majority, I think 4 hours of this hearing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the court merely asked him to sit down and quit pacing and to participate, correct?
Correct.
And did it appear that he touched the computer and logged off the rest of this hearing?
Yes, and that doesn't surprise me.
And why does that not surprise you?
He doesn't like being told what to do. He's very defiant, and he just wants to do things the way he wants to do them.
Now, the sheer fact that he may have chosen to log off, and the reason I use may have is because we don't know exactly, but is that consistent with how he's worked this case?
Yes.
And now, had he not logged off, would that change your opinion in any way, shape, or form of your recommendations of termination?
No.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness for now, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Nowak.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anyone have follow-ups for Mr. Koval? All right. Mr. Koval, I've got Mr. Barfield has touched on this and Ms. Wildman touched on it. Back to Mr. Hathaway. You created a service plan for him also, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And the same as with Mr. Vallis, was that service plan a reasonable effort to try to return Rayleigh to him?
Yes.
And I think you just testified to this even before this case, that he had not, and before and during this case, he's not regularly visited or maintained contact with Rayleigh.
That's correct.
So would you say that he's demonstrated an inability to provide Rayleigh with a safe environment?
Yes.
And he's basically constructively abandoned Rayleigh?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as to Ms. Dominguez again, you've testified that even before the court suspended her visitation on March 31st, her visitation was sporadic at best.
Yes, sir.
And then since March 31st, when the court ordered she have no visitation until she provided a negative hair strand and a negative UA, did she ever, well, there may have been one time when she dyed her hair. I think you testified to that. But other than that, which that was against a court order too, correct?
Correct.
So after that, would you say that she still, that she never provided a negative hair and UA other than maybe the one where she dyed her hair against a court order?
That's right.
All right. So would you, back to the same thing, she had the service plan that was a reasonable effort to return her children to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she has not regularly visited or maintained significant contact with her children, basically because she wouldn't give you the negative hair and UA to get visitation. She did that herself, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
So again, would you say she's demonstrated an inability to provide the children with a safe environment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Anyone have further questions for Mr. Koval?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then. Ms. Wildman, are you rest?
I do, Judge. I did want to have you take judicial notice of a couple of things again on 15, or the exhibit 15A and 15B. I think there may have been some confusion. I think the hair dyeing incident is what led to that court order about the hair not being dyed, and then Mr. Koval had testified she hadn't provided a subsequent test that would have allowed visitation to continue. And then additionally, Judge, I'd have you take notice that that hearing on 11/3 of 2025 was when we set the final hearing initially, and that Ms. Dominguez was present.
Okay.
For that hearing.
All right, so noted.
And then the department would rest at this point.
All right, thank you. Ms. Grant, did you have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, just for the record, I would like to indicate that my client, although she briefly appeared in the waiting room, was duly notified, is not present today. And had she been present today, I would call her as my one and only witness and ask her to provide backup documentation for the items discussed by other witnesses. And I'll rest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lucero, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor. I rest.
All right, Ms. Kincaid, witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I rest.
Mr. Michelson, witnesses?
No witnesses, we rest.
All right, thank you. Mr. Barfield, witnesses?
My witness chose not to participate, so I have no further additional witnesses.
All right. Mr. Nowak, any witnesses?
No witnesses, Judge.
All right, with everyone rest in closing, then, Mr. Nowak, could I have your recommendations?
Yes, sir. It's my recommendation that the parental rights of Vales, Hathaway, Dominguez, and any unknown father, including Torres, be terminated, that PMC go to the department, and that all of the excellent placements be continued. And I'd like just to mention, Judge, that I've been in close contact with placements, and they sure do appreciate Tim Koval and all of his hard work.
Yeah.
Those are my recommendations. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. I echo that. Every time Mr. Koval's involved, he does an excellent job, and we all so much appreciate that. I don't know how you keep it all straight, Tim. I really don't. So, but you sure make our jobs easier. I can tell you that.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Except for mine, Judge.
Well,
Makes mine harder.
Okay, I was selfishly, he makes my job a lot easier. I don't know about the parents.
I'm struggling.
I do have to look. I've finally found the supplemental affidavit. Ms. Grant, I'm gonna read it again. You asked me to take note of it, and I need to read it to note it. And I'm gonna put all of these different exhibits back into a form where I can kind of coagulate them all together. So I'm gonna look at that stuff before I make my ruling. It'll be very quickly, day or two at most. And then, well, I say that I've got to travel one day, but I'll rule very, very quickly. I'll rule to everybody by email. And then we'll go from there. So if there's nothing further, then this was our only hearing for today. So we will stand in recess. Everybody have a good rest of your week and have a good weekend.
And Your Honor,
The only thing that I wanted to bring up is that we did not end up offering 12A and 12B. Amy, am I correct about that? And I think those are the only two exhibits that we ultimately did not offer.
Okay.
Just
I've got the ones I didn't mark the ones that you didn't. I do have kind of a rough list of everything you did offer. So
perfect.
Just be sure Amy has it. She's the important one at this point. So,
and Your Honor, I can withdraw my request for the court to review the supplemental affidavit, as it was going to be part of my questioning with the mother who did not appear as a witness. So I'll withdraw in order not to waste the court's time.
Okay, well, I'll put everything else into order and review the testimony from our first hearing before we started again today. So that'll take me even less time to rule, I think. So, okay, y'all have a good weekend. Thank you for your patience all day long.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Amy, guess I see you tomorrow.
Yep, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank goodness it's a Friday.
No kidding. It's been a week.